What up, dog? Detroit fans, what's going on? What's going on? It's your boy, known as D313XP. Welcome to the podcast, episode 24. Man, we got a loaded panel for y'all today. First things first, I'm gonna get the usual guys out.
You went muted. You went muted. No, you went muted.
No.
All right, so there y'all tried to mess with me on that one, but anyway,
No,
Bree, how you doing, bro?
No, stop,
doing all
stop,
right, brother. Doing all right. Take two.
stop beefing with StreamYard. End this shit, bro.
And anyway, with Dante, how you doing, brother?
I'm good, bro. I'm real good.
And of course, my other bearded co-host that always giving me slack, my main man DC1 Daryl. What's going on, brother?
What's up, man? What's up, fellas? How y'all feeling, man?
I'm good. I'm finna cut this beard off, dog.
Goody.
All right, so on this panel with me today, this has been, I said earlier, it's 10 years in the making. Over 10 years in the making. This is a true honor for me. I don't even know how to explain this. The guy who literally is in my eyes, the GOAT when it comes to streaming and gaming and everything else in the box, bro. Like when I tell y'all that this guy has been a part of my life for 10 years plus, he really has. This is a guy who I've modeled myself after as a content creator. I got a lot of work to do to get to that point, but we have Retrorecap on the channel today, y'all. Let's show some love to Retro Recap. Y'all don't understand.
Oh shit, that's what it is. What up, brother?
This dude is
What up, brother?
The King of Baltimore, man.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Noam. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's good to be here. We talked about this for a long time now. We're making this happen, and I love talking sports in general. So, looking forward to vibing and chilling with y'all, man. Great to see all y'all.
Oh, thank you, man. Shout out to you, bro.
Great to have you here, brother. Great to have you here.
Yeah, we got chicken seconds in the chat. Welcome, chicken seconds.
So what? I gotta ask Retro right quick.
Mm-hmm.
Retro, did you hear about the new Tekken that's coming out?
Oh man, I heard about the new Tekken. I'm not a big Tekken guy though, but I did hear about it, man.
What?
Okay.
Am I gonna buy it?
The new Tekken is coming out early January.
Yeah, it's coming out late.
Tekken just that was not mine. That was Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. But no, for real, that's big news. I didn't hear about that, but that's big news. That's big news. You a big Tekken guy?
I'm a big Tekken guy, so
Me too.
I just have to ask you.
Okay.
Dante, you do Tekken guy too? Okay, so I just wanted to ask that. I just wanted to ask that real quick. If you are a Tekken guy, I would like to see you on your Twitch. Playing Tekken, but I'll show you always still show
if you
love.
see me on Tekken, I'm getting my ass whooped. So that's mostly going to happen. I'm not going to embarrass myself like that, man. But
Dog, he ain't even finna hold y'all up.
Right. So Retro man, I know, just in case the new people watch this, if you could just give like a quick, background. I always like certain guests to come do that, man. Just give them a real quick background on how you got going, who you are, where you from, and what got you into it. Real quick.
Yeah, no problem. Retro, people call me Retro Recap, Retroactive, whatever. But I've been content creating for, I don't know, it's been 11, 12 years now. YouTube, Twitch, Mixer, all the good stuff. Right now, mainly a podcast, a game show host. We do games like Wheel of Fortune, Millionaire. We play retro games, Pac-Man, Mario, Donkey Kong, so all the platforming games. Like I said, do podcasting, Retro Rewind podcast, where we interview guests from the community, and we, more of a get to know you type of thing. And I just started a sports podcast on YouTube, Double R, every Monday. However, I missed this last Monday, but and we're just talking mainly Baltimore sports, and every once in a while I'll dip into outside of the local market and talk about other teams. So that's pretty much what I do. Born and raised Baltimore, Maryland. I don't even know if I should put my age out there, but 33 years old, 33 years young, 33 years young. I don't consider myself old. So 33 years young, pushing, striving to be the best, and looking to see other people progress in everything that they do. So that's pretty much in a nutshell of how I am and what I do.
Oh man, you talking about your age, and I'm almost 40, bro.
Oh man, 40 years young though. 40 years young. 40 years young.
I'll be 35 Sunday.
Y'all suck.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's it. We got DSN in the chat. We got 0-16 in the chat. Hello again, our chickie.
The fellas, 0-16, man. What's the deal? Dynasty Sports Network. What's the deal, fellas, man?
So, you know what? Normally, I want to get this started, guys. So, here's the thing. Normally, you know, we get into some Lions talk and all that other stuff, but I want to get some things out the way. Because it just hit me that Retro, of course, we know is an Orioles fan. And obviously, you know, we're Tigers fans up here, which I know Retro's going to dig at DC1 later about that. But Tigers right now, I just want to say a big shout out to our guy, Miguel Cabrera, man, on his retirement. Yes, this was one of the greatest batters probably all time, and I was fortunate to have him as a Tiger fan.
Me too. That was pain. His farewell was painful to watch, bro. That shit was painful to watch, bro.
Oh, nice. Got a whole Cabrera. Is that autographed?
Of course, man.
Yes, sir.
Y'all don't know something about Steve. Steve is he's a famous person, bro. Steve famous as fuck, bro.
Oh, come on, man.
Man. That's the plug.
No, watch this. I seen him hang out with. Hold on. I seen him hang out with one of our draftees that from the Pistons. What was his name? Marcus Saucer. Yeah, he done hung out with some of the Lions players too. I'm like, I want to be where he at. He be everywhere. He be at the damn Little Caesars Arena more than I do, bro. He done seen a Red Wing game, a Tiger game, and a damn Lion game, bro.
I'm gonna just go around the panel, and since Dante already talking about it, Dante, what was just your feelings about Miguel Cabrera, man? Like overall, just give us a quick breakdown.
Knowing this guy from when he first came in, because as everybody know, he came in at 19. He was one of the youngest players to come in the league at 19, and win his first World Series at 19, which is crazy. And then coming over here, now I respect this guy because he could have went anywhere he wanted to be after he probably felt he wasn't going to work here. But he stuck it out. I mean, you know, you're looking at a guy that stuck it out, that been through the good, bad, the ugly, the fucked up, and what else could happen, possibly. I mean, just watching his kids there, man, with him, and just, man, that was crazy. Like, and then watching him put him in at third base so he can play his final game on the field. And I mean, this guy's not done with baseball. He may be done with the game completely, but he's not going to be done. He's not going to stray too far away. I think he's going to get a front office job. I mean, you got to look at all the accolades this guy got.
No, he is getting one.
Huh?
He is getting one. So
you got to think about all the accolades this guy did, man. Like, I mean, winning the World Series young, and then coming over to an organization that was broken, and seeing the organization, seeing people lead the organization to come like a revolving door, and still saying, "I know what, I'm gonna stay here. Like, no matter what, I'm gonna stay here." Because he could have left anywhere. All of us in this room agree he could have went anywhere else. He could have went anywhere he wanted to go, but he wanted to stay here, and that's what I respect about the guy. He saw every ugly face and every beautiful face of this whole organization in the city. So, I mean, just for him to stick around, man, I appreciate that guy. I got to tip my hat off to the guy. He did great things here. He kept a lot of us going to them games, man. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I mean, watching this guy with my granddad back in 2010 before my granddad passed, man, it was a great feeling, man, just to watch him, win games, and to watch him come out here and put it out every night, man. Even seeing his big butt slide the dirt to try to be safe at first base, man, that was still, and looking at all his shenanigan things he did during games, man. No, everybody gonna miss him, man. You can tell the league is really missing this guy. You can tell his retirement went worldwide, man. Everybody saw it. and everybody showed out, even his kids, man. That was beautiful to see his kids show out for him and see his mom and dad at the game, bro. That was crazy. You know, like people don't gab both their parents to see them finish their career off. You know, so that was my take on it, man. It was a great all around feeling, man. Sad to watch, sad to see him go, but man, you know what? He left a lot of memories on the table, man.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Dante, that was a hell of a breakdown, bro. So I want to go ahead and give it to the guy we call the plug real quick, aka New Breed. So just give him give us your take on Miguel Cabrera, man. You had a very eventful weekend, actually.
I'm gonna act like I didn't hear that. But yeah, man. To me, I think it just I have so much respect for him. And not only just as Detroit fans, but just throughout Major League Baseball, and for people that is growing up in Venezuela, is looking up to him. He's like he's literally like their Michael Jordan out there. So it's just what he's done to the game, and for just he had a World Series when he was with the Marlins, and I think that helped him grow as a young guy. And to me, he's definitely one of the best to ever play the game. He's definitely a first ballot Hall of Famer for sure. He has to be. But just like what Noam said, man, it's good to have your parents out there, just to celebrate your last game. Actually, at that game, it was actually two guys that was their last game. Not only just Miguel Cabrera, but Terry Francona too. So,
okay. See, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, for Miggy, and like I said, I had a chance to meet Miggy. He's a nice guy, very cool, very playful guy.
Yes.
I mean that playful. Just, but he's cool, and his parents were cool. Got a chance to meet his dad too, so he was cool too. But man, just to have this whole season just celebrated with every series that he was in, how he was on the road and they gave him like different gifts and stuff like that, man. It was that was pretty cool. That was real cool, and I'm just glad.
Right, Oakland A's messed up on that though. They gave that nigga some Quavo.
Well, everybody can't get an A for effort, So yeah, but it happens.
Yeah.
But I'm happy for him. Cool. It's crazy because as he was leaving, it was a fan that tried to get to the truck he was in, and an officer literally tackled him. I thought that was hilarious. That was funny. He came running in there like, oh, and then the officer just came in and just boom. It seemed like he pressed the hit stick button on Matt. I was like, ooh. Jeez.
Damn.
I'm happy for him, man. Just having the time, and then having the time to sign my jersey and stuff too, man. But hats off to Miggy, and he gonna be in the office of the Tigers. So hats off to Miggy, and yeah, man, much respect for the big man.
You ain't lying, dude.
Sure, Breed. Sure. So, DC, I'm gonna let you go down. I'm gonna ask Retro if he had any words about Miggy, but I'm gonna let you go first.
Hall of Famer, automatic. We already know what this is. The man came into this organization. He was unbelievable, man. He's an icon. He's a icon to the city. He's an icon to the Tigers team. He's gonna get a statue in Tigers. He's gonna be with the LK Lions and the Ty Cobbs and all them. He's gonna get a statue. What he meant to this Tigers organization from thick and thin, from the losing years to the winning years. Remember, he went to the World Series, even though we lost to the San Francisco Giants that year. You know, he played well. He had big moments in the playoffs, runs. So Miguel Cabrera, you know, getting 500 home runs, getting 3,000 hits. You know, remember he was a triple crown. You know, he going back-to-back MVPs in 2012 and 2013. You know, this man, he's one of the greatest hitters of all time. It's one of the greatest hitters of all time. That's just what it is, you know. And it's like to our fans to come out last game of his career to show out, you know, saying the love and the support. You know, his kids is out there. You know, it was just you hate to see him leave the game of baseball, but he left a lot of great memories for this Tigers organization.
Yes,
and I would
he
say
did.
this too, even though he was with he started with the Marlins in the career, he had a good career. He did win the World Series with the Florida Marlins, which they beat the New York Stankies, you know. So in 03, and he was a young guy, but he contributed in that World Series. He contributed. So say this, man, I'm happy for him. You know, wish him well in his retirement. I just hate to see him go, but you know, he's always going to be an icon with this Detroit sports. Period. When you talk about icons of Detroit sports, you're talking Isaiah Thomas, Steve Yzerman. You're talking Barry Sanders. You can put Miguel Cabrera in that Mount Rushmore.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. You're gonna have to.
Oh, man, that's I gotta say, Joe, that's big, bro. Appreciate that, man. Now, for all who don't know, Retro happens to be a really big baseball fan. So, you know what I mean? His Orioles are having one of the best seasons they probably had in a while. Thank good for them, man. Of course, salute to the Orioles. But I'm quite sure Retro being a baseball fan, I know you probably ran against Miggy a couple of times. So, anything you know?
Yeah, definitely. Hall of Famer, legend, icon. You know, Daryl said that, you know, he's a legend icon in Detroit. He's a legend icon in baseball. You know what I'm saying? The man hit for power average. You know what I'm saying? You talked about the Triple Crown, and was that 2012? I think 2013 was even a better year than 2012. And you know what I'm saying? So when he won a Triple Crown. So the man's done it all. 3 MVPs. He's done a lot. I mean, he put fear into the heart. And I'm just speaking from a guy that had to watch him. Like, you didn't want to pitch to him. There was no way you could pitch to him. You want to go low, you want to go high, he gonna hit it wherever you put it at. The man was crazy. So he's a legend of everything. And, you know, I did see his last game, and it brought back memories because I remember playing with him on MLB The Show. And Detroit, ironically, was one of my favorite teams to play with there because of Miggy and because they had Verlander and Scherzer at one point. Those Lions teams were really good. Yeah, they were good days, and it's crazy because they didn't win a championship, but they had some good teams in that middle 2012, 2013 range. But back to him, like, yeah, he was great. He's a hitter. He won a couple Gold Gloves. He could play defense at times, you know. So he was everything. He's an icon of baseball. He's one of those guys where, and he got over 500 home runs, right? So he just got that, like, what, last year? So,
this year,
2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah.
Yeah. So the man reached the milestone that everybody, and you gotta give him credit because he did it not being on the steroids. That's the big one, because I think he did it legit. You know, so those numbers are even better because he didn't have any enhancements behind it. So he's a legend, he's an icon, and like I said, he was one of him and Vladimir Guerrero were probably one of the toughest people to go against, because there's no way you could pitch him. He's gonna hit you. He's gonna hit you wherever you throw it. And there's not too many guys that put fear. So definitely amazing.
Oh, man. Yeah, like I said, Retro definitely knows baseball.
No, I know
So
Miggy. I had to deal with him. We had to deal with him too many times. I know Miggy, if anything. You know what I'm saying? And
yo,
one memory is that Tigers. The last time the Orioles won the playoffs, that Tigers game, that Tigers series, back in 2014. Where I don't know how we swept, but it was crazy though. The game two where Delman Young smacked that ball and it
Yes.
was, yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all was stacked because y'all had Verlander, y'all had I think y'all had Scherzer at the time, and then y'all had David Price.
Price, Porcello.
Yeah.
How y'all got swept, I still don't know to this day with that rotation y'all had. It was crazy.
Bro,
I'll tell you this, that series, in that series too. In that series, we didn't get enough run support. We didn't get enough run support.
And that bullpen was bad too. That bullpen was pretty bad.
We didn't get enough run
Yeah. But even then, he was fearful. Then I remember going into that series like Miggy is going to light us up, and you know he put that kind of fear. Like it was, I can only imagine the pitchers actually pitching to him. As a fan, I didn't even want to go against him. I can only imagine how pitchers felt against him. So when you can leave that kind of impact, you know you are the man. So you know, yeah.
It's a couple things about him. Like I still remember the time when he hit a home run off Mariano Rivera. Like when you do that to probably the best closer of all time, and he's saying "wow," that lets you know how good he was.
Yeah.
Like wow.
Yep.
But amazing.
Mario's the best one.
And then this thing too, right quick before Noma's go. He's the third player in Major League Baseball history. Only other people he would average his career batting average of 300 and above, 500 home runs, and 3,000 hits. Third player in Major League Baseball history
to do that.
The two other greats, Hank Aaron and Willie Mays.
Interesting.
Wow.
You know what? You're right. Because I was going to say Albert Pujols, but I think Albert Pujols' career average actually dipped below 300 as he got older.
Yeah,
because he used to be an automatic 300 guy, but later with the Angels, he started falling off a little bit. Okay, but you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Good stuff.
The floor is yours, no?
Well, look, for me, it's like this. We can talk about all the great moments we had with Miggy being here. I relish the fact that we had one of the greatest players of all time in Detroit. I always relish that because, Detroit is not a place that most big name players will ever come to like that. We're not high market. We're not a place that's number one options, right? So him getting here, choosing to stay here for all these years, and adopting under their culture, man, as long as he did, and staying with us through all thick and thin, the good and the bad, and never left us. I mean, that just speaks volumes. He could have made, at his prime, he could have left and made more money than we probably paid him, and he chose to stay as long as he did. And the thing about it is now he's going to be able to help us better working in our front office and our staff and stuff, helping those players, more importantly. With AJ Hinch, he's going to be able to help him out a lot with these players and their development. So you get to learn from Miguel Cabrera, who has now more full time on his hands. You don't have to worry about getting himself ready for a game anymore and prep it. You just have more time to help the young guys like Spencer Torkelson, Riley Green, Kerry Carpenter, let's name a few. And now those guys get that great mind to learn from. Is going to be more fruitful than him probably playing for us right now. And I still look at, I was at a game last year where I forget who it was, but his dude still hit a game winner. And I'm like, okay, he's still making big time game plays even at this point in his career where he can barely swing the bat. I was like, bro, he is so different. And seeing him up close, man, it was different. I remember when he was about to get his 3,000, I think, hit or something like that. In the game, everybody was there. Everybody was crowded. That place was packed. and just watching the people get angry because he got walked off. And I swear, I don't know if it was Jerk. Who was it that we played when that happened? I forgot. But he got walked off, and he eventually got it several weeks later. But once he got it, man, it was explosive. But I remember being down there and watching him, and the crowd just reacting real good with him. And just like Miggy was just that dude. Like he was such a people person, man. Too. Like that's what I love about him. Man. He was humble as hell. You know what I'm saying? As he got older, it showed. All the locker room loved him. Like guys getting traded, and the first person that's going up to him is Miggy. Just the leadership that he brought there. That's just what you had as a player. He's one of all-time greats. I'm thankful that I have him here in Detroit. I'm glad he was able to have success and have the career he had here, man. And I wish him nothing but the best. And for the most part, man, like I said, now we move to the next chapter in his life where now he can get back to the Tigers in a different way and hope maybe look for a better future for this team. Like I said, we playing second in division. You never know, man, what he can do for this roster. Just telling these guys the right things, being in that ear, the things they can learn from him for the next couple of years, man, that could be fruitful, man. So just for him along to stay and still help the organization out like that, just salute my hat to him because that just tells you the type of dedicated person he is to the game. And we always ask all our legends, to help out in the front office. A lot of teams didn't do that, but the Tigers are definitely, making that move happen. And that's how you're being ran by a good baseball operation with the new GM we have now, man. Because this had been the other regime, so I feel like this going to happen for some strange reason. But yeah, man. Shout out to Miggy and shout out to his glamorous career and everything he did for the MLB. Won't be too many like him, man. So that being said, any final thoughts?
Final thoughts, man. I would like to say this, man. Look, baseball, it kinds me, with the Derek Jeter situation when he retired. I mean, of course, it was the New York and media and all this stuff. Everybody. With Derek Jeter was one of the the greatest to ever play the game, even though he played for that terrible New York team, whatever I can't stand. But this Miguel will kind of almost remind me of the Derek Jeter because the type of guys when you come to watch these guys, you're gonna watch them, see if they're gonna hit home runs, what big plays they're gonna do, what spectacular plays they're gonna do. And this Miguel Cabrera, man, like I said, man, he left a legacy in the city of Detroit. He left a legacy that we would never forget. The 3,000 hits, the 500 home runs, the career batting average, just second to none, man. To me, some people might debate that is he the greatest Tiger of all time. Yes. That remains to be seen.
My final situation, I met him once, and the reason I met him once is because it was right before my granddad had passed, which was the greatest feeling. My granddad's birthday was actually on the day of the opening when baseball season opens. So it's like when the first game goes off, they play. It was the most greatest feeling. My granddad had never been to Comerica, and I took him there, and he actually got to meet Miguel. He actually got his autograph. He got his jersey signed by Miguel. So I was happy about that. That was really, and like you said, Nuba, he's a very humble guy. Very humble. Like it seemed like talking to him is like talking almost like to a friend or a brother. Like he's just that kind of guy. And I remember I was telling Noam about this, not to go off the topic. I was telling Noam and my other brother Manbeast that I had met Undertaker before, like in person. Like the shit out of me, but I met him in person, and he's also he reminds you a lot of Miguel too. He's a very humble person, man. Like just these two guys, I mean, and just seeing Miguel go like that is sad, but he gonna be all, he gonna still be in this organization. So that maybe it's kind of like a bittersweet, like You hate to see him go, but you know he's gonna be always gonna be around because he's gonna be with this organization. So, yeah.
Yes, for sure. So, all right, guys. I want to say switching gears, but I think it's go ahead time for the feel good stuff to kind of go down because, you know, I hate to say it, but I kind of feel like being a little bit toxic, right? So there was at the very early stages of this podcast, you know, me and Daryl was getting this thing going. Hitman was always around. Before Bree came around, you know, Retro was always in the chat, and Bree and Daryl kind of went against my wishes on this. He kept screaming for the Tigers to not only win a division, but they were going to be a 1 seed in the playoffs. And I kept saying, I don't know about that, man. You're an injury prone. And he wouldn't listen to me. And, you know, man. Although they did finish second, what ultimately killed the Tigers, though, to be fair, they lost a lot of games 1-0. And you can't do that. And their home record was under 500. But their road record was above 500. A lot of those 0-1 losses came from home, if I'm correct. So can't lose games like that, especially with the offense. They would score 6 points a game down there. You can't turn around and not be able to score 2 points. You know, that's kind of what it is. But we did have a lot of injuries too. So Retro, I know you wanted to finally get going with Daryl. I know y'all want to confront each other. I said I want a good clean fight.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. When I got in here, that's the first thing we talked about too. That's the very first thing we talked about, because when that prediction was made that the Tigers were gonna make the playoffs, I was like, all right, the division is up for grabs. It could be, but I just didn't see a team that had the capability of getting to the playoffs. I just didn't. I mean, the AL East alone was already a threat. Then you got the AL West, and I'm like, all right, so the only way the Tigers are going to get to the playoffs is by winning the division. And I'm like, all right, Kansas City not good. We know Chicago White Sox not good. It's really between them and Minnesota. Now, honestly, Minnesota only won 87 games and won a division. So it was, like you said, and you lost a lot of one-run games. So if those games that they lost were wins, they possibly could have made the playoffs, but they didn't. And I'm not going to. I mean, I don't want to call it outlandish takes, but I just didn't see it. That's all. I didn't see where they was going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Maybe next year, but I didn't see it this year. You know what I'm saying? Considering the fact how many games did they lose last year? They lost 96 games, almost 100 games last year. I just didn't see where. You know, but then again, the Orioles lost 110 games and they won 100 games, so it's not impossible. I just didn't see.
Yeah.
Not yet, at least. Maybe next year.
Yeah, I definitely. Yeah, I felt that.
I'm gonna say this. Nah, I didn't. Like I said, I did go on and said the Tigers are gonna win. They're gonna make the playoffs. They're gonna win the division. I did. The reason I say that because, like I said, we know what it is with Kansas City. Kansas City is trash. Okay, Kansas City Royals is trash. Chicago. You people was hyping Chicago up. I knew they wasn't doing anything. Cleveland is like Minnesota. Minnesota. The problem is, it's like you don't know what you're gonna get out of Minnesota. And I felt with AJ Hinch, with this, this Tigers team, he's a good manager. People was calling for him to be fired and all this stuff, but you have to understand he had to work with lesser talent at the time. AJ Hinch is a good manager. He showed he was a good manager. You know what I'm saying? His previous regime, with the, with I believe it was the Astros or Rangers. Astros. Yeah, he was a good manager then. He bringing his, and you see the progression with this Tigers team this year. Like you said, they lost a lot of close games. You know what I'm saying? 1-0, 2-0 games and stuff. But you got to understand too. There was a point that early in the season that the Detroit Tigers was 1 game behind Minnesota by June 1st. They was 1 game behind, and then all of a sudden Riley Green went down. Once Riley Green went down, they went on a 9-game losing streak. And then when they tried to make strides to try to keep up, they was losing. And then it's just like up and down, up and down. The Tigers was trying to get up there, and then when they get close, they lose those games. Now the injuries has to do with that. You know, losing Riley Green, which one of our best young players that hurt it, and on top of that, you know, with Kerry Carpenter had times went down, or some of our young cores had went down. You know, and then like I say, our pitching was as bad as everybody thought it was going to be. You know, it just we just didn't get the consistent enough run support to get these wins. Now, Tigers had a better road record than a home record. So imagine if the Tigers would win more games at home, and remember,
they would have been in the playoffs.
They would have been in the playoffs. Tigers dethroned everybody in our division. Okay. They had won more games in our division than anybody else in our division. If the Tigers would have won the games they supposed to won with outside our division in the interleague, we would have been in the playoffs right now.
Yeah, because like you said, we smacked Minnesota to death.
We smacked Minnesota to death. We smacked Cleveland. We smacked Kansas City and Chicago.
Yeah, but anytime the Tigers beat up on Cleveland, yeah, we supposed to take that division.
This the thing with the Tigers. GC, this the thing with the Tigers though. The Tigers, when the man go down, that's that person that's up next behind him is supposed to say, okay, this man is down, I gotta step up. But that never happened.
They're a young team.
And I understand that. Yeah, they're a young team. Yeah,
they're a young team. They're going to get better. With Scott Harris coming in, he changed the culture. You know what he brings. His what he had when he was with the San Francisco Giants. He's bringing. He sees the talent. He sees the young talent with this Tigers team. That's why he get the Matt Verlines and the Kerry Carpenter or Parker Meadows and all those guys. The Tigers are next year. The Tigers, I'm telling this right now, the Tigers will be in the playoffs. They will win a division. I don't see Minnesota is going to be as good as they're going to be. I don't see Cleveland. They're going to be rebuilding. Kansas City is what it is with them. And Chicago is going to be rebuilding. I don't see them.
Okay,
I see the Tigers.
Oh, now, Retro, what's your response to that?
Oh, I was going to say, Kansas City. Look out for Kansas City. They played good at the end of the year. They were sweeping. They swept the Astros. They look pretty good. I know the overall climate of it, like they don't look that good, but watch out for KC. It's no, and I agree with you. It's no guaranteed bet that Minnesota wins the division, but they do have good pitching. The problem with Minnesota is their hitting is spotty. Like their pitching is actually pretty good. Lions make a couple moves, yeah, but I wanted to ask you, what did you think about them getting rid of Lorenzen? Because that was one of y'all better pitchers, and y'all got rid of him at the deadline.
I think to get rid of Lorenzen, I mean, you have to look at it. I know it sucks, but because he was one of our best pitchers. But I look at the long haul.
Right.
I look at the long haul in the future. You can, you go get you get somebody off the minor leagues that could be as good as Lorenzen.
Right.
That's what evaluating and see the talent. That's what Scott Harris and AJ Henson knows. They're gonna look at those talent on the off season. Or spring training come around and stuff. So that's what I understand losing Lorenzen, but they're trying to go more younger, more athletic, and continue to build on this young team more. Because look with Baltimore, look at your Orioles. They turned around. They got a good young team. They turned around. They went from losing 100-something games, and 2 years later, they're winning 100-something games. They come out of nowhere. I can see these Tigers team could be similar to what the Baltimore Orioles.
And I'm gonna add some, DC. I'm gonna add some. Go back to about that Lorenzen trade. That was kind of like what Tigers did with Justin Verlander. They traded him before the trade deadline. They was looking for somebody younger. They was looking for some young guys to come in. Because think about it, Justin Verlander, when he got traded, he was what? He was in his mid-30s, correct?
He was in his early 30s.
Oh, really? They traded him that young?
He was in his early 30s.
Yo, that's right there. I'm tripping. Right, y'all, you right. So they was looking at him like that, and Justin didn't really decline at all. Because you see what happened when they traded him. That same year, he ended up going to the World Series and winning.
Yeah.
Kind of like now, guys, I want to say first off, Kind of late on this stuff, but welcome to GMS Excuse Tales, and what's up, Quan? What's going on, man?
Quan?
He said, "Yes, oh shit, he a Ravens fan."
Yeah, that's my guy right there. He repping. I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Oh, he a hey, bro. Hey. Retro, hold on, Retro. I gotta talk to Retro because I know he a Ravens fan. Retro, I got it too. It was years ago. We had Reggie Bush on the Lions. I had gotten a fight with one of your people from your city because he literally sat here and told us. Now we wasn't mad. He said, "Forget the Lions. Okay, that's cool, whatever." And if y'all remember, y'all won that game by field goal.
Yeah, Justin
they won both.
63-yard field goal, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I was at that game because that was on my birthday.
That's the first of 2 times Justin Tucker did that to y'all. No, I ain't want to throw that out there.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool, man. Look,
and the first time that he did that was on a Monday nighter.
I remember.
That was a Monday nighter.
Like, please don't remind me. But I remember. But so one of y'all fans, he said, "Fuck the Lions." Okay, that's cool. He could say what he want about the team. Okay, but when he said, "Fuck my city," I lost it.
Oh yeah,
you can't do that. I'm not gonna go to Baltimore and tell y'all. I might say F the Ravens, but I'm not gonna say F. Hell no. I got 2 cousins from Baltimore. Bro. So I know it's like hell no. I ain't finna say that. Like I watched The Wire. So I know what happened.
I'm gonna say this before we switch over to the next topic. I'm gonna ask Retro.
Yeah.
Who you think is gonna play in the World Series, and who's gonna win the World Series?
It's funny because Quan is in here. We were literally talking about this earlier. We were smoking a blunt, and we was gone, so we was in the clouds. I'm actually still coming down a little bit, but we had this exact conversation, and I was gonna say it's easy to pick Braves, Orioles, and number one seeds, but it doesn't work that way. When you in the playoffs, 100 wins don't matter because that's against the whole league. It really depends on who the matchup is. Just like today, I was saying I was very surprised that Toronto got swept because I thought Toronto was a better team than Minnesota, and for y'all to not get one game and y'all score with 1 run in 2 games, and then Tampa Bay, like I thought Tampa Bay, you win 100 games, 99 games, you get swept at home to the Texas Rangers. So the wins in the regular season don't matter. It depends on if the matchup you're going against is in your favor or not. And you know, the Orioles are a good team. They don't really have anything good. I mean, anything amazing that stands out. They just good balance, overall good chemistry. I would like if I'm being biased or not biased, I would say Houston with the playoff experience may represent the AL as much as I want the Orioles to represent. On the other side, it's really a toss-up. I would say it's either Atlanta or Philly. Philly is pretty good. Like people forget, Philly got to the World Series last year, and they beat the Braves to get there. So like, let's not sleep on Philly. But Atlanta got some pitching issues right now, but their offense is crazy. Like the guy Olsen, whatever his name is, that man can rake. Like that man can rake the ball, and they got some players over there. And I would say Braves, Astros again. And honestly, I would probably say the Braves. They look pretty good.
Didn't they win last year?
The Braves won last year.
Astros.
Y'all won last year. I thought the Braves won last year. Yeah.
No, they won 2 years ago.
Yeah. Astros won, and Braves won 2021. Astros won last year.
Yep.
Right? Yeah, Astros won last year. So I think it might be a rematch again.
Might be.
All right, so I want to add Retro this too. I'm sorry, I didn't cut you off, bro.
No. I was just gonna say I was talking about Ronald Acuna, but go ahead. I was just saying he's.
Oh no, I was gonna ask you. So obviously you've been watching the Orioles, and you've seen a lot of suffering. What was the points? Because what I'm trying to do is trying to figure out if the Tigers really are on the right track. It seems like we are, but just to kind of give a lot of Tigers fans some more intel, like based off what we see from other teams, like. When was that point you realized, like, Orioles, they might be doing good this next season, or best coming into this season? Like, when was that point? Or was it just like a surprise?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a little bit surprised that they won 100 games. Good. I thought they would eventually be good, but you got to realize it's not hard to draft good when you get the number one pick almost every year. You know what I'm saying? You use the number one pick on Rutschman, and then you got Grayson Rodriguez. I mean, you can't miss. So when you lose all those games and get the top pick, you basically have the best pick available before anyone else do. You better nail it. You know what I'm saying? So at some point I thought they were going to be good, but honestly, I would say the point where I thought they'd be good would probably be probably last year, because they won more games. They won 83 games last year, and I didn't even expect that. You know what I'm saying? I thought they was at least a year or two away from being like this. The good news is now that they're this good and so young. I was just telling Daryl, like, they had one of the lowest payrolls in baseball, and they won 100 games. So, and you still have a good farm system. So, like, this can last for another couple years if they play this right. So, for Lions fans, you just got to draft well. And honestly, the thing with the Lions is, I mean, not the Lions, Tigers. Y'all not getting the number one pick. I guess that's what was easy for us. We had a number one pick almost every year. So because y'all aren't the worst team in the league, y'all getting that middle of the round pick. So you got to make that count. You got to make the trades count. So getting younger, like Daryl said earlier, that's good. You know what I'm saying? But you still got to draft well. And you got to remember, in baseball, these draft picks, they don't play right away. So it may be some time before the Lions the Tigers get real good. But I think a optimistic expectation for y'all could definitely be a wild card next year. Definitely. Or even a division.
I think that's fair.
I think that's fair too. Yeah. So y'all got everybody has a chance. The Central is not that good. So that's the optimism of it. It's not like y'all playing the AL East or the AL West where like all four teams are legitimate like threats. Like y'all got a division where y'all can definitely win. So that take wasn't as outlandish. I just thought the Guardians were going to be better than what they were this year, and that's why I didn't pick the Tigers to get to the playoffs, because I thought the Guardians would be something, but the Guardians weren't anything this year.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
All right, so Bree, you got any?
Wait, say it again.
No, I was gonna say, you got anything you want to input on this, man? We went away from you for a minute. We're still there.
About the playoffs, or no? I was just saying
in general about the Tigers and the Orioles.
No, I mean, well, I'll say this. I say this. Well, I'm gonna first say this about the Orioles. They were good. I didn't even expect them to have over 100 wins, but the one thing that they did, they capitalized on Tampa's struggles, because Tampa started off undefeated, like they was almost 20-0 or something like that, and then they just struggled. Baltimore capitalized and won that division, and hey, I'm happy for them. And I think it's just Tigers should look at the Orioles and like, hey, this is how we want to build our team, like the pitching, the hitting, drafting, everything. It should have that. And I believe that with this team. I think, just like what Retro said, I think they can be a wild card or possibly a division winner. I think it just depends on the health of their pitching too, because they've had a lot of injuries, especially Casey Mize. Casey Mize has not played a full season yet.
Another AD. God damn.
Yeah, has not played a full season. And it's just they have to get healthy. I think we have a good young staff, good young players. They got to stay healthy as well. Have a full season with Riley Green, and I just think this team can do something. They just got to stay healthy, and they come together. I think with Miggy being his last year, I think he's made the team come together even more. So it's pretty much helped these young guys. And I'm happy for the future with this team. I am happy for them. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say this real quick. I'm gonna ask Retro another baseball question, then we're gonna transition before then. To anybody that's out there watching, if you have had the time to take second, man. We get up to this point. Make sure you like what we said, man. Make sure you drop a subscription and a like on this stream, man. Make sure y'all do that for your boy, man. We trying to get this thing going. And also, if you can, subscribe and follow my guy Retro Recap on YouTube and Twitch. Both titles the same thing, man. This guy has great content. If you're looking for gaming, he's been streaming a lot of Sonic. He just got his big time 1,000 win on Pac-Man 99, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That is huge, bro. Like, you get 1,000 wins. I remember he first started playing. So
a lot of time, man.
It took a lot of hours, a lot of rage, a lot of screaming, a lot of weed, a lot of edibles, a lot of weed, a lot of edibles, a lot of weed, a lot of pins, a lot of
There you go. In that exact order too.
Shit. He was high. Hell. He probably didn't even know that shit yet.
Right, exactly. There you go.
I tell you, I always tell people on YouTube, go get a Twitch account, man. Follow some of my guys.
I'm just waiting for my headphones because I'm gonna be doing a Resident Evil shit and shoot them up and all that. Y'all not gonna see me.
I got your back when it comes to getting that going.
I know, and we gonna talk about that too. But because Lone gonna help me with that. Y'all not gonna see me. Y'all gonna hear me though.
Well, hey man, like I said, again, if you like what we gotta say, man, hit that subscribe button for us, man. We really appreciate it. The D313XP, man. So, well, I'm gonna ask Retro this. So, I watched your last episode of the RR podcast, which is actually really good stuff. Already, I think that's starting off. Like I said, it's a really good show. I like actually listening to your perspectives and emotion that you do, talking about the teams that you love and support, man. You were saying some combinations about what you were seeing in some of them games, like what the Orioles, like they'll be losing, and then the way they just play off each other in strides and how the rhythm would go. Like, can you break that down again? Because that was beautiful that you was talking about.
Yeah, and I'll touch on a little bit more because they're the only team in the league that has not gotten swept in any series this year. They've been consistent the entire year. They may have had a couple 4-game losing streaks, but they've never been swept. So the thing about it is, when it comes to the chemistry, and the point I made, everybody likes each other. It all goes back to the process. Whatever the year they got rid of Machado, Machado, Adam Jones, and all them, they tore it down. They got rid of everybody. In front, Buck Showalter, management, everybody, GM, they tore it down. They got the guy from I forget the GM, Mike Elias from the Astros. He was part of that rebuild when the Astros lost all those games, and he brought him in. He brought his analytics guy, and they're big on analytics. They tore it from scratch. You build the kids up. All these guys that are playing in the league now, on a major league team now, play with each other in the minor league, so that you develop that rapport. Everybody likes each other. Everybody is talented. So now when you come up in the major leagues, there's already that chemistry because y'all play in the minor leagues. So now, everybody likes each other. Everybody knows their abilities, their liabilities, and they work on it. And then you have a manager who was a talent scout, and Brandon Hyde at one point. He knows how to develop talent. So you got the right combination of a manager that can work with young guys. You got guys that have been playing in the minor leagues. They get up to the major leagues. They're comfortable with each other. And the thing about the team is they're versatile. And everybody can play different positions. It's not like the first base guy can only play first base, second base. Everybody can move around. And so when you have that versatility and that chemistry, like I said, the Orioles don't have one good thing that they stand out. Like, they're not the best offensive team, they're not the best pitching team, they're not the best defense, but they are good chemistry. And we have good chemistry, and you're familiar with your teammates. That goes a long way. And on top of the fact that they're young and they're good. So it's not like we was talking about with Daryl, it's not like the Yankees who got all these 30, 40-year-old guys paying these crazy contracts to, and they're not producing. You got young guys who are cheap. You ain't paid them yet. You get the most out of them, and they're motivated because they're motivated to get a contract. So they're playing good to get paid. So this is the best time for them because it's young talent. They're looking to get paid. You're going to get your best out of them. They're motivated, as opposed to guys who already get paid and then they do nothing after, like Chris Davis. When we gave Chris Davis that contract, he literally did nothing for us since that. He got his money. Why did they pay him? I don't know, because they caught him using steroids or whatever it was, whatever the drug was that he was using. You still paid him, and he did nothing for you since then. So now it's the opposite. You got young talent that's good, they're motivated to get paid. You're going to get your best out of them. So maximize it. So that's why they're good, and that's why they all like each other, because they all grew up from the same minor league system, and so that's a recipe for success, in my opinion.
That's a good standout too. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's something that I would want for the Tigers bad. Like, get the chemistry, because like you look at Riley Green, you look at Spencer Torkins, you look at Harry Carpenter and Byans and all these other guys. They just need time to grow. For one, they got to stay healthy. They just need more time to grow. And like, I remember we was at the game. I know Retro remember, he saw it on Facebook when we were at the game. That's when Torque had his real showing. Like, he had been struggling so hard, and everybody's been giving him all his hell. When he went, it will be the game we go as a group. And this dude just lit it up in the ninth inning and tied the game and won the game.
And yeah, that was against the Braves, and we won in extra innings against the Braves.
Yep.
The best
that
in the
was,
league. Yep.
But if you look at the drive, Daryl, how it got set up, I think it was Baez that initially set up us up to get into the tie. Now, Javier Baez, we know, known to be a bit street guy, so right, Javi. But he did his role. Like, he wasn't like the main scorer, but him, Kerry, I think it was Kerry Carpenter and somebody else that name I think it was Baez. They set it up.
Andy Baez.
Yeah, Andy and Baez, and they set up us up to be in position to take the game. And it's like, to see them come back and tie it the way they did, and then you got Torkelson not only tying the game, but coming back and being the last hitter and winning the game. It was like, and then he was immediately on fire after that game. Like, you couldn't stop this dude from scoring, man. Like, he was hitting everything, and I was like, that was such a great thing to see, because it was like a defining moment. Like, that's why I always say, in any sport, I want all the hardest competition. I want all the big competition. I want us in the hardest situation, because you want to mold those diamonds. You want to mold that coal into a diamond, right? The only way you can do that is when you bring the competition. You don't want to see a team get wins solely off teams they should be able to beat. You want to stack that off at some point, but you want to see the competition, because if you can play the highest competition, then the guys that's under you should be no problem. That's why I always like, even when you switch it to football, you had Lions fans for years saying like, oh, we gotta get Aaron Rodgers out of Green Bay. I was one of the few that was like, his ass can stay, because I'll say I want to beat him consistently every year. You know what I'm saying?
You see what happened to him. You see what happened to Aaron.
Who the hell was saying Aaron Rodgers?
It is what it is.
You see what happened to Karen. Karen went over there in New York. And ain't last 60 seconds. Man. Was out of here.
Like, the Packers are really gonna give Aaron Rodgers to the Detroit Lions, man.
Man, I'll jump
that, man.
Hey,
man, I'll really jump off down Detroit.
Karen Rodgers' father's name is Kirby Joseph. Karen Rodgers' father's name is Kirby Joseph.
Oh Lord.
Own that, mother.
I can tell you that. So I guess I'm trying to switch gears. It's time to switch gears. I done brought it up. So it's time to switch gears. So, with that being said, y'all, we about to switch on to football again.
Who running north?
Again, like, comment, subscribe, man. Huh?
Who running north?
What'd you say, Darryl? Right
I
now,
said, who
Detroit
running
Lions. Because right now, you could say that the Ravens are also running the north as well in the AFC. They 3-1, and the Lions are right now currently 3-1. You know what I'm saying? So let's start it, man. Ravens will be on the road this week going versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. I expect that to be a dub for y'all, because Pittsburgh has not been looking too good as of late offensively, especially offensively. They got some injuries, and that quarterback is struggling. So I could say that's still be a dub.
He still playing for him?
No,
Michelle Trubisky still playing for him?
No, he didn't back up for him. He even on the team. But then the Lions are being home versus the Carolina Panthers, right? So
yes, sir.
That could. Some people fear that could be a trap game, because Panthers did watch us last year and embarrass the hell out of us at their crib. But I think it's a different year. Lions defense has been sort of showing up these last couple weeks, and the Ravens defense has also been very, very good with the additions they had. But I gotta ask Retro real quick before we touch on the Lions. So, what was the thing you took from the Ravens game this past game? Because I know you were kind of like, "Oh, they gotta win against Cleveland. They gotta win this game because Cleveland has a nasty defensive front too." And
yeah.
what was your take from that game?
Well, I think going in, I would say the Lions defense did look good. They gave up 3 points against the Bengals week 1. They gave up 3 points against Tennessee. I was like, oh, but then on game day they said Deshaun Watson wasn't going to play. So I was like, oh, that's a game changer, because I didn't even know who the hell their backup was, and I know our defense had been playing pretty good. And going into that game, and then the outcome, I was like, all right, the Ravens handle business without Deshaun Watson. And Nick Chubb, you should handle business. Our defense is actually pretty good. We got injuries all over the place, but one thing is consistent. Patrick Queen and Roquan Smith, they ball. Them linebackers, they know how to get to the ball, and they got a nose to the ball. And Ray Lewis was teaching Roquan how to read film and how to get his guys on the same page. So if you got already good linebacker getting coached by Ray Lewis, you already know that there's a motivation for that defense to go out there and play well. So I wasn't no surprise that they held the Browns to 3 points. They don't have no Watson. What I'm surprised about is our offense. Our offense is still shaky right now. Even though they scored 28 points, I still think we haven't seen the best version of the Ravens offense because, once again, no OBJ, no Rashad Bateman. We can never really see what the potential of this lineup is. You paid OBJ all that guaranteed money, and he's only played 1.5 games. You know what I'm saying? I think he looked pretty solid in the little bit of time out there. But the problem with our team is his injuries. Like, no one can stay healthy. Like, if this was a league of rosters on paper, the Ravens would be in the contention for Super Bowl every year. But they can never stay healthy. So, against the Steelers, I know you said it was a win, but those rivalry games are always hard to pick because even though on paper we should beat the Steelers, it's in Pittsburgh and it's never a gimme. You know, and if Kenny Pickett not playing, then yeah, it should be a wash. But even that, they play hard because the rivalry game is for bragging rights. So the Ravens got to go out there and handle business, run the ball, and utilize Lamar. Like I said in the podcast, like get the people that can make plays the ball. One thing I hate seeing is playmakers on the field not getting targets. Rashad Bateman, I barely have seen Rashad Bateman in this offense. He's pretty much, even with OBJ there, he's telling your best receiver right now. He barely gets the ball. Get the people that know how to make plays the ball, and you'll be good. You know what I'm saying? And Zay Flowers, get him the ball. Make sure these guys touch the ball because when you get them involved early, they're happy and they're motivated to go crazy. So I do got the Ravens winning, but I don't think it's going to be a wash like people are predicting.
Right. Now I will say this real quick.
I'm gonna say this. Let me take over right quick. No, I'm gonna say this. Go ahead. I know Baltimore has not looked the best these first 4 games. I know they deal with injuries. I know losing J.K. Dobbins was a big blow. But Ravens are still a good enough team that you know they're still gonna be around. You know they're gonna play hard. They're gonna put up a fight. As long as Lamar Jackson stays healthy. Y'all,
BIB.
They will be fine. I think that, and you know, I'm gonna tell you this, Retro. I had the Baltimore Ravens coming out the AFC. I do too. I really had Baltimore. We did a prediction not too long ago, and Super Bowl prediction. I said I have the Eagles and the Ravens in the Super Bowl, and I said I did say the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl. But I see this Ravens team. I think this is the time that Lamar Jackson can get this opportunity to get to the Super Bowl. I just don't see Kansas City going back this year. I think I just don't see them. They're going to be in the playoffs, but I mean, I know the AFC is loaded with young talent. I know Cincinnati has been, banged up and stuff and all that, but I think this is the best, really kind of one of the best opportunity for Baltimore to get back in the Super Bowl. I would love to see Lamar Jackson win it. I would love it. And he's already has an MVP. You know, he won a playoff game because his first 2 playoff games in his career, he was a shell of himself, and then he won a playoff game, and
right.
you know, and then after that he lost. But I just believe this Baltimore Ravens team, they're gonna. Don't be surprised the Baltimore Ravens be the top 2 seeds in the AFC. Don't be surprised.
I agree with that. The thing about it is like I agree. Is this on paper? Yes, but when you see who's playing on the field and you're down to your third string every week, it's like, damn, if we can get everybody on the same page playing when it matters the most. I agree because Lamar Jackson won MVP with lack of weapons. He didn't have an OBJ. He didn't have a Zay Flowers. You know what I'm saying? He had Mark Andrews, but he never had consistent weapons to throw to, and he still won an MVP. So you would think with the receiver that they got him and a new offensive coordinator that knows how to utilize the skill sets of his playmakers, yes, you would think that. I'm not too. Well, first of all, we should be 4-0. We should never lost the Colts game, but I think we haven't seen this offense peak yet. I think it's a new offense. You got to remember, Greg Roman was running a read option based offense. So now you got to get back to running a pro style offense. I'm not saying read option offense is not pro, but Todd Monken, if you watch what he did with Georgia Bulldogs, a lot of play action, a lot of running the ball. He utilizes his skill sets. So he even said the Ravens are not peaking, nowhere near peaking yet, and we're 3-1. So that's kind of scary with all the injuries that even with everybody being out, this offense still has room to grow. So that gives me optimism for why this team could be good. But I have to see it, or I have to really see it in the games. Yeah, if you look at the score 28-3, yeah, we blew out the Browns, but I still wasn't ultra impressed with the way the offense. Lamar Jackson's been fumbling the ball, and he might lead the league in fumbles right now. The man has like 5-6 fumbles already. We've only
I think Daniel Jones leading it.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Daniel Jones missed a fumble waiting to happen. But that's why I'm optimistic, because we should be 4-0 with 3-1, and the offense hasn't peaked, and our playmakers have not been on the field. OBJ, Bateman, they have barely played, and we're still 3-1. So yeah, I agree that this team could get to the Super Bowl if they stay healthy. I remember John Harbaugh saying, I have to coach this team. I have to coach everybody on this team. I can't just coach the players that are going to be playing that we project to play. I got to coach everybody down the depth chart because the injuries are so predictable now. You can't just coach up the guys that you expect to play. You got to coach up the whole roster because everybody is getting injured left and right. So now everybody has to be ready to play, not just what you thought your game day starters were going to be. And so the one thing I like about Harbaugh is he's going to get all his guys ready to play, whether we're injured or not. But when you start playing against teams that have talent and we're injured, you know, that's when it becomes dicey because the Dolphins look good, Buffalo looks good, Kansas City looks good. You know what I'm saying? I expect the Chargers to be a little bit better. The AFC looks pretty loaded. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, for you to say they take them out the AFC, that's a pretty good pick, except I need to see them healthy first. So when that happens, then Absolutely. I'll be a believer. You know what I'm saying? But this is too many years in a row now. Since pandemic started, everybody. First year was everybody catching COVID. I remember that one Steelers game, we was down to it was like 15, 16 players not playing. It was
I remember that.
You remember that? Yeah, and they played the game on a random ass Wednesday. It was a random Wednesday game against the Steelers, and the Ravens had like third string everybody, and we still almost won the game. We still almost won the game. Then 2021, all the injuries. J.K. Dobbins got hurt for the year. Gus Edwards got hurt for the year. Rashad Bateman, and then Lamar gets hurt. Everybody gets hurt every single year. And it's like, damn, I just want 1 year where we can have a roster that we projected to be playing. And until I see that, I can't foresee a Super Bowl until I see a complete roster healthy.
I'm gonna ask Bree. I'm gonna get Bree intake on this right quick.
Oh, intake.
For the Ravens. Yeah.
I think Lamar Jackson is going to do a lot. I mean, he has a lot to prove this year, especially with the contract situation and everything. He's got a lot to prove. Now, all the injuries and stuff, that just put more on his back than ever. So I think, but he's used to that. He's used to that. So it's nothing new for him. Having the injuries that they have on that team, it hurts. But that just means, hey, next man up. That's how you gotta. That's the mentality you have to have. When it comes to that Steelers game, it's gonna be a hard fought, just rivalry game. This typical Ravens Steelers game, just hatred.
That's gonna be a physical game.
Great. It's gonna be closer than I think what people think, but I do think the Ravens are gonna pull it out, though. I do think they're gonna pull it out. I just think it's just gonna be too much Lamar Jackson for him. And with that Steelers defenses and Pickett has been up and down. So this is the type of game for the Steelers to really revitalize their season is a game like this. So this can help. But Tom, you can never count out a Mike Tomlin team out. Exactly. Never can. Yep. So I think it's gonna be close, but I think the Ravens gonna win by 3 or 6 points.
I agree with that. No matter what roster Mike Tomlin has out there, they find a way to play for him, and they find a way. He's never had a losing season.
Right.
No matter what roster he had, he's never had a losing season. Just when you think, it was a couple years ago, I thought they was going to get their losing season. They won their last 2 or 3 games, and I was like, God damn it, they do it again. They just find a way, even if they don't have their best players. So no matter what, going into Steel City, there is never a guarantee. But now, what's in our favor, the games that they lost, they got blown out. They lost bad to the 49ers. And they lost badly to who did they lose to the other day? Who did they lose to the other? I just forgot. Was it the Texans?
Texans.
Yeah, they got beat bad. So you know what I'm saying? When they lose bad. So, and I think we're.
You know what? The Texans have been kicking ass. Period.
Hey, Nomus, what did I tell you? What did I tell you, Nomus? Did I say?
Yeah, you did. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, you did call out. You said Texas might be better than most people think. I ain't gonna lie. You did say that.
Man, that's because CJ Stroud out there clowning, dog.
Yeah, too. But I think D'Amico Ryan's the coach is the X factor because one, he's good on defense. He used to play the game. He knows defense. So and he's coaching young guys, and I think that's a good role for him.
Mm-hmm. And I know people talking about CJ Stroud, but the forgotten guy on that team that's been playing well is Nico Collins.
Yeah.
Nico Collins has been balling.
And Damian Pierce. Don't forget Pierce.
Will Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
He's been balling too. Will Anderson, if people get the 3rd pick in the draft, he's balling too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's right.
Thing is, I did bring party favors, guys. So yeah, so return.
Let's go.
Happy return to the friend.
Hey, New Breed.
That's the gnome I know.
Hey, New Breed. Coming to a wall near you.
Oh shit, he chugging too. Oh shit.
Look. New Breed. Coming to a wall near you. Boom.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Okay, yeah. No, now you showing off now. Now you showing off.
No, man, it's gonna hit that wall and we gonna be talking about what wall? I don't even know what you're talking about. Yeah, dog.
Bro, I did not run into. I did not get that drunk, so I ran into your wall. Your wall ran into me.
I love how niggas be saying. I love when niggas be getting busted and they be trying to blame the wall. Okay. Walls don't move, bro. People move.
Walls hit back. I hear you, brother.
Okay.
Yes.
So my wall just fired on you for no reason.
That wall smacked the shit out of me. It gave me a V8.
You smacked the shit.
My favorite number 10. I was a V8.
Hey, no. We gonna blame that on StreamYard too, huh?
Yeah, you beef with the fucking ducks and they keep cutting your mic off.
Hey,
Retro. Hey, Retro. Gnome is the only one, but he won't apologize to StreamYard. I don't know what StreamYard did to him, but he has not apologized. And every time, go listen to all his podcasts. He always get cut off.
Oh wow!
See, this is why I bring this to the
I just told him in the beginning, like, apologize to the duck, bro. Just apologize to the duck, drop it, and just leave it alone. No one don't want to listen. No one want to. He like fuck the duck, and that's why the duck keep muting his ass. Bro, you just end this shit, man. You too old to be beefing with some ducks, bro. Like, come on, bro.
Anyway,
so that's probably why you don't have Aflac too, because it got a duck too, huh?
Oh boy.
Yeah. And the sad thing is, the duck on StreamYard almost looked like that same down duck too. I was like, God damn. But I'm gonna say this: for the Ravens, we know some injuries has been plaguing. Like I ain't gonna lie, I was scared during that season 2 when they played. I think it was the 2021 season or the year before. It was probably both of them. I ain't gonna lie, it was scary as fuck. I'm like, wow, all of their players is catching COVID and getting some kind of weird thing. I'm like, what is going on here with the Ravens? Every time I look up,
no, I'm gonna tell you what's going on with that shit. One person coughed and did all of us in the room, and they like, oh hell no, dog. And then they went and played and went home, started feeling like shit, and they was kind of like, no, dog, I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it.
Shoot, man, it was so weird, man, because it seemed like that was getting into the Ravens' way, and I'm like, man, is it because they spend money on players that's gonna get hurt? Or what is the situation? Because Odell, we know, they fleeced them a little bit with the money. Because, like, you ain't even played since the Super Bowl, which you went out in. How do you feel like you just Super Bowl quick as hell? And I'm like, how do you feel like you asked for 15 mil?
Well, when you struggle to bring in free agent receivers, you got to overpay to get them. And honestly, with that, in order to get Lamar signed, you had to pay OBJ because Lamar was basically saying, "Get me somebody, get me DeAndre Hopkins, give me Odell." And the Ravens was like,
but I feel you on that. But here's the thing: it's not like you was coming to play with a scrub. This is Lamar Jackson. A lot of receivers want to come play with him. What's up with you where you feel like, hey, I'm coming off an injury, I should get paid big? Bro, you ain't playing over a year. We don't know if you come out there and get knocked out, and you expect us to take him. I gotta say he got like 10 mil, but to give him like 15, I thought was a little absurd. But honestly, as far as with the Ravens, like,
oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. The Ravens were basically bidding against themselves. Like they were bidding against nobody was gonna pay Odell that kind of money. You know what I'm saying? I remember reading about that. And they were talking about maybe 9, 10 mil, maybe. But you gave the man 15 mil guaranteed. Whether the man plays or not, he's cashing that check. And that's the Ravens world. When you can't get receivers to play for you, you gotta. That's the first time I've seen the Ravens overcommit. Hopefully it pays off, but they never do this kind of stuff because they feel like they can develop receivers. Well, look how that's been. Look how that's gone. They never can develop receivers. So now, Zay Flowers looks to be good, but time will tell. Odell, man, I mean, honestly, I just need Odell for the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? That's when we need him the most. So if you want to get injured and miss 8-9 games, fine. Just come up at playoff time when we need you the most and ball out. And if we win a Super Bowl, you playing 7 games, I'm cool with that. Well, money well spent. But if we lose and he only playing 4 games a year, then the contract ain't even worth it. You know what I'm saying?
That's understandable, man. I wish they show a little bit more love to Gus Edwards. Like he's always been there for y'all, bro. And it seems like they just be so scared to get the ball 18-20 times. They need to give him the ball way more.
And that's why I got pissed off in the podcast. They was like, get him the damn ball. The man, every time you give him the ball, he's going to push the yard forward. He's going to give you at least positive yards. You don't want a running back when you give him the ball, he's going backwards. You can't. He's giving you at least a yard. He's averaging almost 5 yards for his career. So Dan, if you can't convert 2nd and 5, then that's a problem. Like the man deserves at least 20 touches a game, like on some Derrick Henry type of stuff, because He's that good. For some reason, they rather run Lamar Jackson on design runs than give the ball to Gus Edwards. You rather put your quarterback in jeopardy of getting hurt instead of just giving the running back who gets paid to run the ball, and he's good at it. So I don't know why they have that philosophy like Lamar Jackson has to run the ball every single time. You know, that really gets on my nerve.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Like, and that goes to show you every franchise has they nicks and knots about them. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of us as Lions fans, we we do got a right to sit here and cry. Usually, until these last couple of years, I guess you could say, like we did have to be crying a lot. But when I look at the Lions, their situation, the Lions got to stay focused too, because like you don't want to go because you're at home and this crowd go be selling out. Mm-hmm. Obviously, especially after they all beat Green Bay. You don't want to have a sellout crowd and then this young team with this young quarterback come and knock you out. You know what I'm saying? This is still offense. They got coaches over there that know the Lions really well. And I don't want them coming in here, running the ball, finding their rhythm again. Because people looking at statistics with the Lions defense, we gotten 12 sacks in a matter of 4 days between the Atlanta Falcons game and the Packers Thursday night football game. But the thing is, you were going to get some young, inexperienced quarterbacks that are not at that level yet. And to me, another reason why I have questions still about our defense, I do see they improve, but at the same time, a lot of teams are not coming out swinging a run at us because the threat of the offensive line. Most teams that have a really, really good offensive line, you're not going to come out trying to run the ball against that team. You're trying to come out and get some big plays and put some points on the board because if you get the ball back to them, it's going to be a long day. Like, it's times Lions put up drives where it's like 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes. And it's like, you don't want to deal with that if you're a defense and you come out trying to put points on the board, forcing the Lions to have to play from behind. And I made a reference to the Cowgirls when they did that a lot of times back in the early days of Dakota Rain, Cheese Scott, and all that shit. Him and Elliott, people didn't want to play them. And I remember the Lions playing them that year, and we came out running the ball and hit them in the mouth, and then they stopped it in the second half. And I never got over that. It pissed me all the way off. So now to see the Lions on the other side of it, where we're able to run the ball down people's throats. Jared Goff gets to think and dunk himself downfield. And that's how we've been rolling. And you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I'm glad we didn't fire the defensive coordinator, because like he had a lot to do with us getting this defense ready. And a lot of people have scrutinized him, but people don't understand that they weren't using all their personnel that they should. And the Lions have been getting ranked up with injuries too. Like, we were down there at the practice squad just a couple weeks ago with our offensive line. And we still found a way to, get things going. So it's just that sometimes I think with the Lions, kind of similar to the Ravens, they got to stay consistent on getting the ball in the right hands as well. You know what I'm saying? If you watch the games, there's times where, and I like Ben Johnson, he's been a hot commodity as an offensive coordinator for us last year. There's times where I want to knock his ass out because you'll sit there on 3rd and short and you're sitting here throwing the ball when you got David Montgomery literally just falling for 5 yards.
Yep. And
it's like, I'm glad they gave him the ball 32 times the other day because to me, that's how the Lions need to win. Jared Goff can be really good when you let the defense get wear down and then he can just pick you apart. And I think if they go with that strategy better, they can have a chance to win. We got to hit these teams physically. And I think that's the same problem that I'm seeing with the Ravens not doing. They have the talent to win, but they got to make Gus the feature. They got to let him get that run game going. If they get that run game going, Lamar gets to sit back. You won't need him to run. And then God forbid, if you do like a run play, you can set up a draw play and he can just score it for you, like how you seen what the Eagles doing with Jalen Hurts. Even with the young quarterback that Green Bay just did to us, you'll be able to just take off and do stuff like that because you got the rhythm going. Like Zay Flowers and Bateman, they can be a very nasty duo of slot receivers because Zay Flowers has the ability to run deep routes. Bateman has the ability to run deep routes, and then they can both spread out. and then you still got Mark Ingram. I mean, I said Mark Ingram. Mark Andrews there with the finisher.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Agreed.
So
agreed.
And I'm gonna say this. No, Miss, you're right for a lot of what you're saying about the Lions.
Yeah.
But I say this. No seriousness. I will say, the play calling has sometimes been vanilla at times. Not as bad as not as bad like how that school in that played with the cupcakes.
Here you
Michigan.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
Michigan. Yeah.
Oh, come on, man. Look, I ain't finna keep listening to this shit, bro.
Yeah, I'm just
Like,
saying. I'm just all saying. I'm just saying.
How many games y'all lost?
Only reason I'm saying it because Owen's talking so much smack. Okay.
I seen that shit too, but how many games y'all lost?
Listen, we ain't talk about that. But anyway,
I'm asking you a question. How many games did y'all lose?
Listen, we ain't talking about that. Okay.
You don't want to talk about the fact.
See, now I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna go there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta go there. I gotta go there.
Play a real.
No. I gotta go there. I gotta go there.
I just want to be answered. How many games y'all lose?
No. I'm about to go there.
Uh-oh.
I'm so sick and tired of you punk ass Michigan fans talking shit because y'all got these cupcake ass fucking schedules. Talking shit because you ranked second for having a cupcake fucking schedule. I'm sick of y'all. I'm sick of y'all with that shit. Stop.
And
y'all talk so much shit. Y'all talk more shit than Cowboy fans. Yeah, I went there. Yep, I did. Y'all talk so much shit.
Hey, look, I ain't started.
Y'all not gonna play Washington. Y'all not gonna play no ranked teams like that. Stop. Y'all play these cupcake ass fucking schedules. Talk about we ain't got no way in having the schedules. That's bullshit. Stop all that shit, man. Y'all are fucking annoying, bro. I'm gonna cuss y'all out in the future video too. Watch. Yeah, I didn't went there, nigga. I didn't went there. Yep, I did.
Hey, Bree, that shit won't happen no more after this season.
Okay, fellas, y'all can settle that October 25th. Good lord.
Yeah, they really haven't played nobody though.
I'm waiting for that game.
All that shit is finna end. All that cupcake shit, that shit finna end next year. USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Washington is coming to the Big Ten. All that shit finna end next year. All that cupcake shit they be getting 4, 5, 6 games before they play Penn State, before they play us Michigan State, before they play the school of Columbus in Columbus. They always get these cupcakes and they always be ranked number 1, number 2, or number 3 and get away with it. At least Georgia goddamn gonna play a good opponent. At least that school of Columbus play a good opponent. At least Alabama played a good opponent in the beginning in the regular season. What is Michigan? Oh, we play Bowling Green. Oh, we play East Carolina.
I'm still putting out a beer in the freezer.
We play this. We play this. We play that. Hello, we're Michigan. We're this, and then you turn around when you lose to a team that's better than y'all. Y'all had nothing to say. Y'all come with these damn excuses. Oh, how do y'all lose to TCU?
Hey, I don't never make excuses when they lose. Hell no.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying you, Dante. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm saying about some of these Michigan fans because it's simple fact. Like they get on here and talk so much like Michigan won this, won that. Michigan has not won nothing since 1997 when they shared a national championship. Hold on, DC, I'm gonna give you one. When they lost against, I'm gonna tell you something. When Michigan lost against TCU, yeah, I was pissed off because I'm like, bruh, y'all, but I wasn't pissed at TCU for winning. I was pissed at Michigan for not doing the job they was supposed to walk in that building and do. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all one thing about me. I'm a realist at the end of the day. I'm gonna call it like I see it. I see y'all like same goes for the Lions.
Same goes with and to tell you the truth, I went for y'all when y'all who was that y'all smoked to win the national championship? Who the fuck was that y'all smoked? Who was that school y'all beat for the national championship? I can't think of who it was. Was it Stanford? Was it Stanford? Was it Stanford?
No, that was what you call
Washington
it?
State.
Michigan State beat a school. No, wasn't my? I thought I could have swore it was Stanford.
Yeah, man, hold on. I got a question. Now, me being a middle in the pack person here, I support both law brands first. How the fuck did the two Spartan fans forget who they lost in the national championship? What is going on here?
That's what I'm saying. I believe it was Stanford. I'm correct. I believe it was Stanford. I believe it was Stanford.
Wait a minute. No.
I thought y'all was talking about Michigan. I didn't know y'all was talking about State.
I was talking about State. I said I rooted for State when they went against Stanford because I was like, fuck that. They bringing the title to Michigan anyway. I'm a root for them.
We beat Stanford in the Rose Bowl. It wasn't for the national championship. We played them in the Rose Bowl.
One of them. I knew it was one of them. It was a big one.
We beat Stanford because Stanford tried to. We stopped them on the 4th and 1, and they was in our territory, and they thought they was going to run up and run the ball down our throat, and they thought they was going to win the game. That was the Rose Bowl, 100 year of the Rose Bowl game, and we won that game.
You're right, and I rooted for y'all.
Like I said, I'm gonna get to my point. Like I said, I'm just like, man, look, Nomis, you was right about a lot of things when it comes to the Lions. Okay, you was right, but I'm gonna say this: they need to stop. Ben Johnson need to come with better play calling in certain situations.
I agree,
Yeah.
but a lot of people trying to say Dan Campbell. A lot of people be trying to say Dan Campbell the one that got the final say so on the shit. So if Ben Johnson do throw some shit out there, if Dan don't like it, Dan will probably tell that motherfucker something else.
Hey, Dante is right. Dante is right.
Yeah.
Because the head coach says make the final decision of the play calling. So if
Ben
Ben Johnson calls
say,
something. If Ben Johnson if he calling a play, maybe like a run play in a situation, and Dan Campbell overrides it, that's not on Ben Johnson. That's on Dan Campbell.
So I need people to back off of Ben Johnson, because Ben Johnson could be calling all the
way.
And Dan Campbell could be like, no, I don't think that's gonna fit. I want us to do this.
No. I think the way it is. The way I see it with them is.
You muted, no.
You muted, no. See, he fucking fighting with the bird. He just needs to apologize to these fucking ducks, bro, so he could be cool. Because we can't hear shit, no. Apologize to the duck, man. Just do it on live, bro. Get it over with. New Breed, please tell him to apologize to the duck, bro, on live. He could end this shit so bad, bro, if he just say, I'm sorry. Just say I'm sorry. Look, StreamYard, I apologize for all the commotion and shit I caused and the disrespect. I'm sorry. Can you please stop unblocking?
All right. This is what I'm doing with StreamYard. I'm gonna do StreamYard because I don't know what recast time. So to StreamYard, I'm gonna say this.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, StreamYard, I apologize. Okay, I Moments J at D313XP apologize that you are a fucking bitch. Because let me tell you something, you keep asking that one more
damn,
you are a bitch ass. Keep doing this, bro. Quit fucking up my time. You don't want me to be great. What did I ever do the best? I still
No. I got a question. No, I got a question. How did this beef start? How did it start, bro? And don't lie to me, bro.
It started when we first found this motherfucker. It started when I first ever found out when I was in DSA. We found out shit and they kept fucking with me. They just kept kicking me out. Fucking up my damn microphone. Just fucking with me. And it keep doing it. I even made an account on the video. I spend money. All that guy spending money. You gonna keep doing this shit?
No, my thing is
they go gnome in that pimp hand again.
Right, no, but
They
you
go
just
gnome in that pimp hand again.
no, you just did that a goofy ass half apology, and then you go in the middle of you do some Kodak Black shit. You apologize, but then you still disrespect StreamYard. Why would you do that, bro?
I did do that Kodak Black shit because Kodak take perks and all that other shit. I've got beer that I said to put the other one in season 2. And hey, well, you shouldn't have fucked with me. Let me be great.
No.
Get him down. Get him down. Get him down. Get him down.
New breed, you not
My
playing,
streams
bro.
deserve to have high quality too. My streams deserve to get viewed too, Mama. My streams deserve to have high quality efficiency. Okay.
No, New breed, you not helping, bro. New breed is not helping, bro. That's not helping, bro. You really making it worse.
We helping. It's helping, all right.
No,
It's
about
helping.
to fuck around and get banned from this motherfucker. Then y'all gonna lose a host. Y'all, they ain't
No,
playing
they ain't.
with no man.
No, they ain't. We good.
He just went on Streamline and called StreamYard a bitch, bro. You think they ain't watching this shit, bro?
They ain't thinking about it. They good.
Okay, that nigga gonna get on here. He gonna be his whole mic gonna be muted. Y'all keep playing. His whole mic gonna be muted.
We fine.
Oh my
Look,
God!
look,
No,
look,
what I'm
hey, let me
saying
ask
is,
y'all a question.
I think they all agree on the same things.
Let me ask y'all a question. I beef with YouTube, and YouTube they took off 3 of my videos. 3 of my videos. Ever since then, I have apologized to YouTube, and I'm moving on from beefing with. I ain't got no beefing on YouTube. I ain't got no beef with them.
I ain't never apologizing to YouTube for what I say. Never.
No
I
fuck
say everything.
Y'all not helping the case.
I'm not gonna help it because hey, they ban me. They ban me. I'm just gonna make another page.
Then you gonna be making like 4-5 pages, bro, because they gonna keep banning your ass.
Hey, that's just the risk I take, brother.
God damn, man. I love these older thugs, man. Y'all funny, man.
Hey, so no. Go finish your point, man.
Hey, no, wake up.
So what I'm saying is, I believe Dan Campbell and Ben Johnson, they all agree. Ooh, CC, now y'all showing y'all ass that Retro gets to see this firsthand what I'm going through the job. But no, what I'm saying is with Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell, he basically agrees with whatever they agree with. Oh my God. Anyway, so if Ben Johnson left to throw the ball in certain situations shouldn't be, it's probably because Dan Campbell wants that. Because what y'all don't realize, Dan Campbell is really big on throwing the football too. He talks about running the ball and being physical, but Dan Campbell has really had a niche for wanting a rhythm made with passing game. He likes to see passes made downfield. He likes to see passes across 20 yards deep.
Wasn't he a tight end? Exactly. Yeah. So he was like, fuck all it.
So, and that's the thing. He likes an explosion. Just as much as he likes to control the game, he has a part of him that likes to, throw explosive. Like, think about it. We do number 4th down calls when we had to, and a lot of times we hit him more than we miss. There are moments when he misses 4th down calls, but he uses everything he can. So if he wants to throw in certain situations, I disagree with it. He shouldn't be doing it, but that's just as much as him. And the same thing with the defense. When the defense has a bad day, it's not, you can't just turn around and blame Aaron Glenn. You have to blame Dan Campbell too, because when you hear him talk at press conference, hey, we want to contain the quarterback, do this stuff. That's what the defense is trying to do. They're trying to play containment. He's calling the defense the way Dan Campbell wants the defense called. So if you want to blame people, quit blaming like Aaron Glenn and trying to get him fired, or even Ben Johnson. Like, we call Ben Johnson out, but I'm not blaming it on him. I'm just saying his play calling needs to be better. But I'm also saying that Dan Campbell needs to say, hey, we need to do better play callers. You got too much talent in the backfield to be sitting here throwing on unnecessary downs. That's going to hurt Jared Goff. Like, some people still feel wishy on him. So don't put him in a bad position. Never do that with your starting quarterback. That's how I feel Retro where he's coming, where he's like, why not give Gus Edwards the ball, but you design these runs for freaking Lamar? It's the Stafford scenario. You made Stafford throw. All you had to do was provide this man with a run game, let him turn around 20 times and get the ball off, and he would be the most effective quarterback in the league. Instead, Stafford's arm is treated like Lamar's legs. He got to throw all the time, and just because he's really good at it, you build your offense off of it. That's the wrong philosophy. Like I don't like when coaches do that. It's lazy coaching to me. Why not be the more physical team offensively and help your defense out? That's the problem with both our franchises right now. They're not letting the right people get the ball consistently.
Well, to add to what you just said, man, and then what you forgot to say too, you got some of these running backs and wide receivers that run wrong routes as well.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of times when Goff has interceptions, it's guys that's running the wrong routes, like Jahmyr Gibbs and wrong routes.
No, it wasn't.
No. Yes, it was. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna let you get away with that. No, because I'm not. I'm not. No, I'm not letting you get away with that.
He really do be had to do, bro. I was inch over the wrong route.
Nomis, he didn't say it. Nomis, if you really look at Jahmyr Gibbs, when that pick six happened against Seattle, if you really look, Jahmyr Gibbs said that was my fault. I ran the wrong way on that route. He even told Jared Goff himself.
Yeah, that was Jahmyr Gibbs' fault, bro.
That was Jahmyr Gibbs. He even said it.
But understand, this is the rookie we talking about.
You know what I'm saying? Hold
on, Dante. Hold on. Let me see. When quarterbacks throw interceptions, it's not always their fault, okay? It's not always their fault. No.
Why are you telling me that?
No. I want you to get that in your head and understand, because Nomans, when it comes to Jared Goff, every time if Jared Goff throws when he throws an interception, you want to blame it just on him.
Bullshit.
No, I'm not.
Bullshit.
I'm not
That's
letting you get away with things. I am not letting you get away with things. See, Retro,
that's bullshit. That's not true.
This is why I have to go this with him when it comes to Jared Goff, because he sit up when it comes to Jared Goff. Jared Goff has a great game. Noman's nitpicks on Jared Goff, and he overthrew this one pass.
He had a great game.
DC, not to cut you off. DC, not to cut you off. This is the same guy that got mad. Hold on, Dante. When it comes, there's a lot of quarterbacks in the league miss throws with their receivers and running backs. You don't go around and say about Jalen Hurts. You don't go around and say about Joe Burrow. You don't go around saying Patrick Mahomes. You don't go around saying, but they look all say Jared Goff. If he may miss one throw, you go all crazy. So Jared Goff is this, and he's not the Jared Goff, and that he's this and that. Jared Goff,
it's like
that was big six. DC, hold on. Hold on, I'm not finished. Hold on. Just like the pick 62, that wasn't his fault. Here goes Nomas. Oh man, I just know Jared Goff. He's coming back to his Rams days again, and oh my goodness, and all that. No, DC, hold on. Before he threw that interception, you need to put some respect in Jared Goff's name. DC, simple. DC, you got to think who you talking to. You talking to the same guy that got pissed off that Pistons drafted Asura Thompson.
Yep.
You gotta think of that.
Go through right here. This dude just literally attacked me, saying I just go ham on go. First of all, I just blame that. First of all, hold on. I'll let you say your piece. I just got done calling Josh Allen out versus the Jets for throwing picks left and right, because a couple of those were his fault, but a couple of them weren't. One of them weren't, but two of them was his fault. Aaron Rodgers last year to Kirby Joseph, a couple of those weren't his fault because Aiden Hutchinson read him off. The second one to Kirby to me was his fault because he underthrew the ball. I have been very fair with Jared Goff's interception rate. It's been times, and I got live streams before you ever started coming around here. That says it. I said at times, I know Goff threw a pick, but I'm not going to blame that one on him. It was a situation that happened, blah, blah, blah. So don't say I'm just picking at him. The reason why you think I attack him is because I'm real about Jared Goff. I know what he is. he did. I'm just because you don't have to have a great game to give me respect. And at the end of the day, has he played great so far this year? You can say Green Bay, the way he responded, he had some great moments. Yeah, I gave him a great pass game one, despite for what I saw. Otherwise, not quite saying it, but it was game one. I have been very fair with Jared Goff because I don't sit here and say he's a GOAT and act like he just shits apple pie. You get all your feelings and your pantyhose start dripping. And I'm like, dude, just because I call him out on certain things doesn't mean I hate it. I didn't even say that I wouldn't even give him an extension. I just said, let's wait and let him play out and see what happens next. What are you talking about?
Don't put your skirt on.
No, miss.
You see what I'm saying? There's no winning with Daryl. He got. If I don't say he's so great, it's a problem. Oh my God. I've seen better quarterbacks now. Is he playing well?
Here's the problem with you saying it. Here's the problem. Because with Jared Goff, when he played well down the stretch, even down the stretch from last season, going on to this season, the problem is you nitpick on a couple of things that other quarterbacks does. You nitpick on him so much more that I do not. Yes, you do.
No, I don't. Yes, you asshole. I don't pick on him.
Yes, you do.
No, I do not. I gave him credit for the damn Jets game. I gave him credit for the Jazz game. I gave him credit for the Minnesota game at home. I gave him credit for the Giants game. I even gave him some respect for the Bears game on the road because how well he played later down the half and how tough he played. I gave him a ton of credit late down the stretch. I gave him this credit. I gave him this credit on the Jets game, and I even blamed Ben Johnson on part of that. I didn't even blame him fully on that. I gave him a C, which was fair. What are you talking about? Because I blamed the coordinator. I said it was hard to judge him in that game. So what are you talking about? They're down the middle with him. I'm not going to pick any quarter. I was hard on Stafford at one point. So you think I'm not going to be hard on him?
No.
Thank you.
Is Jared Goff top 10 quarterback right now?
In the NFC, yes, he is.
Is he top 10 NFL quarterback right now? I'm talking NFC, AFC right now. Top 10.
That depends. It only depends on the variable. If you add in the team wins, if you were saying based off the winning we're doing, then yes. If you're taking wins out of the equation, then it's a low part top 10.
You ain't shit, bro. He ain't shit, bro.
Regardless what you say, he's top 10 quarterback right now.
I'm saying it. He's a top 10 quarterback regardless. But if you add the wins in, he's top 5. If you take the wins away, he's top 10.
Retro.
No, man.
That make you feel better?
Have more faith in me.
Retro.
That's tough.
Wow.
That's tough.
Hey, Retro.
Not retro. In Dante, but y'all two.
It's not my
Hey, Retro.
What the fuck you picking me up for? I'm laughing because he get fucking Jared Goff bobblehead senior year.
Retro.
Yeah.
Hey, Retro. Is Jared Goff top 10 quarterback right now?
Playing right now, I would say yes. And he's on a 3-1 team, yes.
Yeah. There, see?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what I'm proud of Jared Goff for doing these past 2 games. Hold on. I'm proud that Jared Goff seen plays broken up in this bastard ran. That shit made me.
I just gave him credit for that.
That shit made me so happy.
Y'all never defended Matthew Stafford like that. He was a bad situation.
I defend Matthew Stafford. You know what? I defend Matthew Stafford because the simple fact is a lot of these Lions fans was talking about Trey Stafford. Stafford ain't not that good of a quarterback with the Detroit Lions. I say Stafford was the best Lions quarterback that we ever had in our franchise history. I don't care what anybody say.
Yes,
and I'm glad you brought that up. And I'm glad you said that because you know what? All the criticism you claim I get Jared Goff. Dante, don't you remember me saying that Jared Goff by default was like our second best quarterback behind Stafford since the Lane years?
I remember.
Thank you. So
Daryl,
Daryl, get off your feelings.
I just used to hate when Jared Goff never ran when the plays was broken. But these past 2 games, he showed me a whole different Jared Goff, and I think he's starting to get sensitive. Like, fuck, I should have been doing this shit the whole time.
No, we see what the problem with the
only
Rams.
thing I ask from Jared Goff is consistency. That's it.
That's everybody has that problem.
He's been consistent. He's been consistent. He's been consistent.
Next topic. Because I don't know. Daryl just. I guess I'm supposed to get on my knees and just bow to this guy.
He's been consistent.
I mean,
he's been
the story of his career. Daryl, hold on. Listen, we need him to just stay consistent. We don't need him to be consistent. We'll see this past the game. The rest of the season.
The Panthers, he will be fine. The Carolina Panthers do not have an offensive line.
See, we got to understand, too, man. See, we got to understand too. This offense didn't play in the preseason. So the only time they played was during practice and in the regular season.
Right. I said that.
Right.
And
so now this is what I'm saying.
They're still winning. They're still winning.
Why is everybody saying things that all they said?
It's because
why is everybody saying shit that already said?
Because
I'm the main one. Not I've been the main one. That's why J-Mo has to still get developed with the system. I've been saying this shit.
Oh shit! Hey, New Breed, he about to slap the shit out of you and Goff. Hold on, he gonna slap the shit out of you and Goff.
Hold on, no, it's because when Jared Goff, it's time you come on this damn show. When you come on this damn show, when I say, well, Jared Goff did this and Jared Goff did that, you the main one be saying, well, I don't care about what he did this. I see what you overlook what the good things he did, and you pick on the things. Oh, you pick on.
No, I do not. I don't care about stats and numbers. I said. I don't care about stats and numbers. That's what I said. I don't care about that shit.
Stats and numbers that helps wins games, right?
Doug, I feel like I'm in Clubhouse.
What? Okay. So you telling me as long as it's that's the whole story. Anyway, all right, cool. The stats numbers is the whole story. Okay. Got you.
The stats
are good because the stats numbers say they are. Gotcha. Thank you. Let's move on to the next topic. Hold on.
Because Jared Goff has not thrown that many interceptions last season, right? That matters, right? He only had 7 interceptions last year. And you're talking about you didn't care.
He had an impressive stretch while throwing the turnover. Thank you.
He went 20.
Okay, good.
29 and 7.
This is a new season. Let it go.
He went 29 and 7.
It's a new season. Why are you still hyping about last year?
He only turned the ball over twice.
Oh shit!
3 times. Okay, cool.
3 INTs. Yeah, but
3 times, but cool. Thank you. God damn!
Patrick Mahomes turned the ball over 4 times. You don't talk about Patrick Mahomes like that.
Yes, the hell I do.
I'm just saying, put some respect in Jared Goff's name, damn it. Jared Goff.
I don't want to goddamn respect, you idiot. God damn. God damn.
Yes, we got him mad. Yes.
I know what I'm getting your ass for Christmas, boy. Oh, God damn.
Hey, no. Already got enough cold, so don't give him no more.
Hey, Bree. I did that on purpose to see how irate he's gonna get.
Damn, that nigga blood pressure probably high. Shit.
I'm signing him on his birthday, dog. I'm gonna sign him on his birthday. I'm gonna give him his birthday. I'm gonna fuck you up.
Hey, no, you gotta check your blood pressure, bro.
An accurate quarterback.
This nigga
leave me alone.
Hey, yo, do it in the defense. Leave me alone.
This is Jared Goff's ghost. I'm
Hey,
Retro. Hey, breaking news. Hey, Bree, you're gonna love this.
Jimmy Butler dressed like a bitch.
Arizona came back and beat Milwaukee Brewers, and they are going to the next round.
Oh shit!
Wow!
Wow!
I can take that fat, man. I need a break. Shit.
Well, so much for my surprise. One of my surprises.
Noam got to go check his blood pressure, y'all. Hold on. Noam got to go check that blood pressure. That shit probably 200 bro. He probably about to. That nigga vein popped out his head. Like, damn.
But yeah, I would say this, fellas. I know I'm at the point I gotta get out of here because I gotta get up in the morning.
So this motherfucker
I want to say this right.
Then so I gotta leave.
Hey, listen, shut your ass up, no, and get my damn cheeses you owe me, motherfucker. Shit.
And put some respect in my name.
Put some on my city.
So I like to say this before I get out of here, man. Let y'all finish doing Retro, man. It was glad you came through today, man, on the show, man. I'm glad I was able to talk to you. You know what I'm saying? You know, we gonna talk more, man. You right about Tigers. You know, you was right. You know, but I wish your Baltimore Orioles. Yeah, next year. But I wish your Baltimore Orioles the best. You know, like I said, I picked the Ravens to go to the Super Bowl. But yeah, man, in all seriousness, man, like it was great, you know, just speaking with you and stuff and everything, man. Retro, man. I really had, you know, it's a great show, man. So yeah, you see how me and Noam going back and forth, man. It's all good.
Man, y'all brothers, dog. I don't care what nobody say. Y'all motherfuckers be here about to fight, bro.
Yeah, it's all good, man.
It's like Shaq.
Hey, no, I'm gonna tell you something. Don't invite me to your birthday party if you and Daryl there, bro. Y'all ain't finna be throwing no bottles at me because y'all, man.
Hey, I'm not finna run into no wall.
Oh, that's not, yeah.
Hey, listen, man, it's been a while since I had like 14 shots. Half of them was like double shots. Like it was like 6-7 missed drinks. There's some other little shit I had.
Look, girl, he did. He took 2 more shots after we went to bed.
You did all that, and you still alive?
Bro. He took. Remember, Blue Bree. Remember the last thing he said? He took 2 more shots before he went to bed. I ain't even know that. I was asleep.
That's his guilty conscience.
That's Novus J for you.
God,
yeah, man, fellas.
No, you alcoholic, bro.
Yeah,
I ain't no alcoholic.
What did you just drinking on?
Lay off those drinks.
Yeah,
and golf we trust. And golf we trust. But like I said, man, you know, fellas, Dante, Bree, Nomus, Retro, man, fun, great show, man. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get up early, go to work, deal with these damn U of M students again, as usual.
All right, brother.
All right then. So, all right, brother. DC1, everybody. DC1.
Yes, sir. Be easy, man.
You too.
Be easy, brother.
Yeah.
Hey, bro. I gotta tell y'all something.
So, if you guys so far like what we had to say, despite Daryl's attempt to give me a heart attack and an aneurysm, please like, comment, subscribe to our YouTube page, man, and hit that notification bell with this ghetto ass shit we doing right now.
Hey, I got a question for y'all. How do y'all feel about Jimmy Butler dressing like a bitch, bro? That's what we on with this shit, bro. This shit here, bro.
What is that about?
Hey,
I guess, man, look, I guess he got touch funny, bro. Something. I don't know what the fuck. He got touch funny to the motherfucker.
Man, he was out there looking like Orlando Jordan in Impact Wrestling, bro. I don't know what the fuck he was
out there looking like Andre from Outkast singing, hey, he's finna say, hey, y'all, right then, bro. Look like he was about to spit that shit out.
Hey, he was looking like Sweet Lenny on Good Times.
You ain't super sick, bro. I was like, what the
Retro,
fuck?
how many gummies did you have, yo? How many gummies did you have, bro?
Bro, did he dog? So did you hear what he said after he dressed like that? Talking about me and the Miami Heat we going to the finals and we gonna win a championship. Not the fuck like that, you're not. I don't think you do.
Hey Dante, you notice what before he got up there, he said, hold on, I gotta stay in character.
He shouldn't have stayed in that shit. You know they already ragging on him on 2K. They tell us to start lineup number 21. He come out with that Andre hairdo. They clowning his ass, bro. That's stupid. Why would he do that, bro?
How many gummies, Retro? How many you have, bro?
Oh man, he smoked a blunt and I'm drinking right now. I'm all over the place right now.
He laugh. That's why he laugh. He like, yeah, y'all clowning.
I know he gonna have to drink me around us.
Retro, listen. I was looking on Facebook and they showed this shit, but I know how Facebook like to play people, so I had to jump off of Facebook and personally look dog up on the internet. Like I know he ain't just come out here looking like Thelma and Louise and bad enough it happened. I'm like, bro, what the fuck?
But no, you know what? Y'all talking about basketball right now. So I had preseason game is actually this weekend. The Pistons and I don't know when the Wizards playing recap. So real quick, man, I know they traded Bradley Beal this offseason to the Phoenix Suns.
He was funny. He was funny, bro. He was funny, bro.
That's wild.
Like
he was, they was playing with his booty hole, bro.
What's your expectations for like what are you seeing? Like obviously they hitting the rebuild and reset button, but like you thinking they making any decent moves so far? Like as far as the breakdown and all that stuff.
Before I even talk about the expectations, I want to talk about how they fleeced the Warriors. Because one, I don't see how CP3 makes sense for the Warriors, but you were able to get Bradley Beal from the Suns. I mean, Bradley Beal from the Suns get CP3 just to flip CP3 for Jordan Poole. One of the things I get that there was chemistry issues between Draymond and Poole, but when you have a young talent like that we know can put the ball in the hoop and help them win that title the year before, you don't trade that. You don't trade a young talent to get older. CP3 is almost close to 40 years old. You don't trade young talent to get older. On top of the fact that CP3 doesn't flow with the kind of offense you're trying to run. I'm curious to see how the Warriors are going to play. But as far as the Wizards, they did good. Porzingis I already knew wasn't a long-term solution. They got Jordan Poole. They signed Kuzma. I don't realistically expect the Wizards to go far, but I like what they're doing. They finally have an identity of what they're trying to do. I always wondered for like the last 3 years, with Bradley Beal on the team, you guys are going nowhere. It took Russell Westbrook to get to the playoffs. Russell Westbrook was one and done. You didn't do anything. So what was your identity with the Wizards? So at least now they have an identity. You got younger. Kuzma's young. Poole was young. You got some other young talent, Gafford. So at least if you're going to lose games, I'd rather be with the young talent and let them develop. Jordan Poole got championship experience. That's the one thing that no Wizard can say they have championship experience. They may get into a play-in game. You know what I'm saying? They should be able to get to a play-in game at least, but I don't have any high expectation. But I do like the core you're building around Jordan Poole and Kyle Kuzma. At least that's an identity. With Bradley Beal, I had no idea what y'all was trying to do. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, am I optimistic about the Wizards? No, because they let me down. The rosters that they had over the last couple of years, they should at least been a playoff team. They've done nothing except the 1 year Russell Westbrook was in. It took Westbrook to even get them there with the triple-double and all that. So I don't have no expectations for them. Luckily I'm a fan. I watch a lot of the games other than the Wizards, but I don't have no serious expectation for them. In the East, they should be able to get to a playoff game.
I figured that. You know, it's like, because that was weird. I was thinking like, okay, they're probably going to run with CP3 and then try to like put some pieces around there with him and see if he can try to drag them again, like how he did with OKC that time when he was over there when they traded Westbrook out of there. But then when I see him get traded, what do you make of the situation of the Warriors having CP3 there on the bench. Like, how the hell is that gonna work?
Well,
Like,
let me make sure. So they said he's gonna come off the bench.
I don't know. He might.
Well,
No, listen, Retro. Listen, Retro. That's what they said. He coming off the bench because how the fuck you gonna get Stephen Curry all that money to send on the bench for a fucking backup Chris Paul? Nah, bro.
No, they already said that he started. They're gonna have Curry be the 2 guard.
Who?
I'm gonna give you the projected lineup. It's gonna be CP3, Curry, Thompson, Green, and
so they move it Thompson to the small forward.
Yep.
That makes no sense.
And then they're gonna have
let me
have Kevon Looney starting, I think.
Who's their backup guard? Who's their backup guard?
They're gonna have Looney on the bench, and they're gonna have Green as the 5, and they're gonna have Andrew Wiggins the 4.
Okay, who gonna be their backup? Who gonna be their backup when Steph come out?
Who gonna be the backup?
Who gonna be the backup when Steph go out?
You want me to really
Corey
answer
Joseph?
That?
No, go ahead. Answer that question.
No, I'm just asking. It's either gonna be Corey Joseph or it's gonna be Rodney McGruder.
Corey Joseph went to go to state.
Yes, both of them did.
No. Hey, Dante. It's him and Rodney McGruder.
Oh hell no!
How they gonna try to run the small? I know they created the small ball tactic, but how y'all gonna try to run it with all these old ass players though?
Right, Chris Paul. Let me tell you about Chris Paul. Consistent all season, correct?
Yeah.
What happened in the playoffs, Chris Paul?
Injured.
All right, but now he doesn't even run the style. His playing style doesn't match what they do. CP3 is a pick and roll guy. The Warriors don't run pick and roll. They run multiple screen actions. CP3 doesn't even fit in what they do. So,
exactly.
And Steph Curry he's dynamic with the ball in his hand, and he's dynamic without the ball. But I don't see how
Chris Paul fits that.
Yeah, it doesn't fit that at all. Doesn't make any sense. I agree.
See,
Warriors not making no playoffs, bro.
See, and with the moves that they made, that just puts a lot more pressure on the young guys, especially guys like Kuminga and Modus Move.
I see either Phoenix or Denver coming out the West.
Well, I got a question. So the Warriors like to move fast. I mean, with that lineup that you said, that's a small ball lineup. I'm imagining the goal would be to get up and down the court. That's not how CP3 plays his game. He's more of a slow methodical. So how does that offense work when you got that small ball lineup?
I can answer that question. What they're going to do is they're going to slow it down for CP3. So their offense is going to run slow just for him.
And let's see how far that works.
You agree changing your whole offense around just for a guy that just got there? When you won championships winning with a certain style, you're going to change the whole offense.
That makes no sense,
Well, actually, it does make sense because what it's going to do is going to save Steph and Clay a couple more years. Because if you run a slower style, that's going to have them like that fast-paced style. That's going to mess their bodies up.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Bree.
That's gonna save them a couple years.
Let me ask you a question, Bree.
Yeah.
What if they get a young team like? What if they get a young team like fucking
Sacramento?
Sacramento. Hold on. Or what if they get a young team like who is that over there?
Like Memphis or somebody.
Memphis, or shit. What if they get the Pistons? What if the Pistons come out speeding down them? They can't play no snowball with no damn Detroit. They gonna get blown out.
Yeah.
That shit gonna be like Golden State, Detroit 112, Golden State 88.
The modern game is based on pace. I don't understand why they're reverting back to a slower style for a guy that isn't even in their long-term plans. Like,
exactly.
I don't get that.
I see what Retro saying. I'm not finna all this style I've been fastballing, right? I'm not finna slow up for this 40-year-old Chris Paul to get his shit together. I'm not finna do it.
And then another thing I don't understand. Oh, go ahead. Okay.
Oh no, somebody was about to talk. Go ahead.
Go ahead, no.
Oh no, what I was gonna say is too, had they not been noticing that the paint has been a real hard problem, like they had struggles guarding the paint last year against bigger teams. How do y'all think reverting back to the small ball is gonna protect y'all defensively in the paint? We're putting Draymond back in center. That don't make
not
sense.
To mention what I'm saying. Y'all going small and y'all going slow. How does that work?
Not
Either day.
Game, no, doesn't work.
But small ball has been going on in the league for the last few years, though.
Yeah, but they created it though. The Warriors created it. They know. They know all the strengths and weaknesses to it. So at the end of the day,
right.
It's small ball with pace. Like it's not just small ball. They gotta run up and down the court if you're gonna go small, not small ball.
Yeah, you can't be. What I'm saying, you can't be doing the San Antonio Spurs. You can't have all this small ball and y'all trying to play Tim Duncan ball. Y'all trying to play slow, back them up, kick it out. That shit dead, bro. These young boys go out there and run back and forth.
And the guys playing from the 1 to the 3 are all injury problems.
What if y'all got Detroit Pistons? No, wait. What do y'all got Detroit Pistons? Detroit Pistons is a young team. Them motherfuckers gonna like to run. Y'all trying to play small ball with them and slow, y'all gonna get smoked out the gym.
Hey, the Rockets too.
Right. Yeah. The Rockets in y'all conference. Y'all gonna end up going against them and getting ran over.
Yep.
God forbid they see the Lakers, the Cakers. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, and that's what made them lose against the Lakers because that lack of size. Because the Lakers had size for them.
They had nobody for AD.
Nope.
Right. No matter what you think, in basketball, you always gotta have matchups. You can be the most ranked defense, rank this. If you ain't got matchups that can match with other guys, you're losing that.
Right.
They go right. That's what we're trying to get. That's what we're trying to understand the Chris Paul situation. It don't make sense. That's a trade that didn't make sense.
Yeah. See, the thing about it is, small ball lineup before worked because they could go to when they needed to. Based on a lineup that they got going out there every night, that's a small ball lineup. Like when they had a big guy in Bogut and what's the other big guy that they had? And
what the hell happened to Bogut?
JaVale McGee.
JaVale McGee.
When they need to go small ball, they could. The depth lineup and that worked. But if your lineup for 82 games a year is a small lineup, that's not going to work for 82 games. It's not.
No.
You're going to have to make adjustments. If you have no big guy on your roster, the counter the Jokic, the ADs, Antetokounmpo, how are you going to match up against that? Draymond Green cannot defend those guys.
No.
And I got to tell you something about AD dumbass. This bastard went on this page talking about something. He hoping he can get 82 games this year. Bro, you can't even get nobody 50 games. You can't even get nobody 60 games, bro. You're going to be out of here in 10 games. 10 games, you're going to be hurt. And then you're going to be out for the season.
Hey, Dante, you got to stay right. We call them street clothes around here.
Hey, no, I'm gonna do you one better, New Breed. He gonna be that one single girl gonna want him. She gonna be like, I want a man that ain't got time to play no games. He definitely don't got time to play no games.
Hey, but Tay, you know they got Anthony Davis ranked 11 out of the top 100.
Yeah, that was some bullshit. They all NBA 100
players. He ranked. No. My bad. They ranked. He 10th. He 10th.
Yeah, he's 10th.
What?
No, he's 11th. LeBron is 10th.
He 11th in the great man. Hell no.
I mean, that talent, but the man don't play games. So how can you
don't play games?
Retro finna get mad at this. Retro about to get mad at this. Guess who they don't got on the list?
Ooh.
Russell Westbrook.
I like Russell Westbrook. I know we call him Russ Brick, but I like Russell Westbrook.
Russ Brick, that nigga.
At least he played games.
I can say that.
Right.
You got Glassley Davis out here. You got Tyler Down Davis out this bitch. He ain't playing shit.
As much as we talk about Russell Westbrook, he actually my favorite player.
Yeah.
I like Russell
that nigga couldn't even jack off of people, break his leg. What the fuck? He out of here, bro.
He actually in a good. He actually in a good spot with the Clippers, though. Yeah.
Who? Westbrook, yeah, he'll be all right.
Let me tell you why he's in a good spot because he's always gonna have the ball in his hand because Paul George and Kawhi are never gonna play games, and we all know Russell Westbrook is better when the ball is in his hand majority of the time. So PG and Kawhi are not gonna be playing many games as they usually don't. So he's
right. But did you hear about that rule change with the load management though, Retro?
Well, load management, yeah, I got you on load man, but they always hurt. Even regardless of load management, they get hurt. They don't play games. They just don't play games. The Clippers
I got a question though.
Should have been won a championship.
What about Phoenix? Because how does that gonna work?
No, I don't like that either.
I didn't like that neither.
We gonna see that.
Especially now DeAndre Ayton gone. Especially now that DeAndre Ayton gone. Yeah,
he went to the Blazers. But the Blazers ain't got no true guard though.
Yeah, they do.
I'll tell you who do.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Who?
They got Anthony Simons.
Oh, okay. That's why Dame was trying to leave. That's why he left.
His replacement was already there.
He said, "Fuck that! I ain't gonna play with these motherfuckers. I ain't gonna rebuild again. I'm trying to get a ring."
And I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to what Retro just said about the Wizards. I think honestly, I think the Wizards is gonna be better than what people think. Now, I don't see them being. I see them fighting for that play-in. It's just all about health, because they got some talent. It's just I think I like the fact that they got Tyus Jones. I think that's gonna be big.
Yeah,
that's huge.
I'm waiting on as I like to call him, Lil Devin Booker, Johnny Davis. I call him Lil Devin Booker. And you know they got some talent, man. It's just and I like Gafford. I've been saying the last 2 years I wanted Daniel Gafford to come to the Pistons. I've even said that. I even said that to him personally. I said, "Hey man, you need to come to the Pistons."
And you're absolutely right. He gives you effort. He plays every game. I mean, he's a good defensive presence in the paint. He rebounds.
Yeah.
I mean, when Russell
was he in this draft? I ain't mean to cut you off. Was he in this draft?
Who's that?
Nah.
Oh, okay.
Gafford. Gafford been out for a few years.
He's been playing because he used to play for the Bulls before he got to the Wizards. But he's gonna give you some rebounds. He's gonna give you some blocks. He plays defense. I like him too. So I see why. But I got a quick question, real fast. I gotta get to this. Do y'all think it was right move for the Warriors to keep Draymond and trade Poole, or do you think they should have got rid of Draymond and kept Poole?
If you was gonna run this small ball shit, you probably should have just traded Draymond.
Yeah,
and kept Poole, because you need the mileage, and you need to be letting the young guys play out the season. Like if you notice, like when you look at teams like the Heat, you don't never hear about Jimmy Butler or nothing like that throughout the regular season. Who do you hear about? Tyler Hero. Tyler Hero, I don't even think is a starter for them, is he? But he comes in, he gets a lot of minutes, he scores a lot of points, he even leads them a lot of games. So if you don't have those guys off the bench that's going to help carry the flow for y'all, this lineup is going to be pointless. It's kind of weird because it's like you really banking on this age. Unless, listen, we gonna assume the Warriors know basketball better than all four of us put together. But it's got to be something they know we don't, because I just don't see how that works. Because I kind of feel you. I probably would have kept Jordan Poole after you just paid him and let Draymond go. But at the same time, it's like Draymond is the captain and all that other shit.
Well, remember, Bob Myers, the GM of the Warriors, was the guy that gave Poole that contract. He's no longer there. And it was interesting to me how as soon as Bob Myers stepped down, the new person came in and made this trade. I don't think Bob Myers would have made this trade, though, because it doesn't make sense for the Warriors. I really don't see how their offense is going to flow. Yes, Steph is going to get his points. Clay is going to get his. But I don't think this offense is going to flow as everybody may think, just because it's good names on the paper. I don't see it. He's a pick and roll guy. It makes sense. I guess I asked the question because you kept the older guy and got rid of the younger guy. Usually you see the opposite. You keep the younger guy
Right.
and you get rid of older guy. But they did the opposite. I'm like, does that? It just didn't make sense in this scenario.
I'm gonna say that in one word. Why they did that? Loyalty.
Yeah.
Loyalty.
But I'm asking y'all a question. How y'all think Milwaukee gonna do?
Well, the thing on paper, I felt that it's I guess because I'm about this. I'm about timing, right? So we was all saying second CJ McCollum ended up saying Capiche, Damian Lillard should easily fouled out the door right after that. I always felt this trade should happen a couple years ago. But the thing about it, because we used to say that you put him with Giannis is gonna have somebody at that guard position that can be relentless. They can set him up. And now Giannis has that clear Robin or Batman with him, and then you still got Middleton. But only thing you did lose one important piece though, Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday being a defensive wing that can really and the way he was playing for him, it was big. But they still got most of the other guys that was a part of that championship team. And it's like you bringing in Damian Lillard, that's gonna take all the pressure off Giannis now. The only thing is that you gotta ask yourself is what system they gonna employ, and two, can everybody stay healthy?
Yeah.
Agreed.
And I'm gonna add this too. They got a new coach, so they got to learn a whole new offense.
Oh, Budenholzer's gone right. Yeah, you're right.
And they got
And they hope their defense is still top notch.
Let me ask you something real quick. Do y'all think Budenholzer should even got fired to begin with? I thought that was an interesting fire because he was very successful. He just won a title with him a couple years ago. Why did they get rid of him? I think they got rid of him a little too early.
You know what? It's been a lot of questionable fires because you can argue Monty Williams shouldn't have got fired even for Phoenix.
I agree.
I think the problem is with these teams are everybody's building like when everybody's making mistakes coaching, right? So it seems like because you haven't reached that same success that you had when you won the chip, you gotta get rolled out. But you gotta ask yourself this with Phoenix. Y'all boy Chris Paul has not been showing up for y'all. And then y'all banked a lot on him. Devin Booker dropping 40, he dropping 2 in the first half. And you firing the head coach who still got a lot of young guys behind those dudes. Instead of letting him take his time and let him grow, like how Brad Stevens got times with the Celtics to let that young roster grow when he had those young guys over there. Behind Kyrie and you had Jason Tatum, they all firing these guys and firing. And then when you look at Budenholzer, you're doing the same thing. Like you just got the guy to get to a championship, and then you fire him because y'all had some problems coaching wise when y'all had injuries. He got you through it. So it's like these franchises, right? And these franchises are rushing shit because they're not achieving the same success. Understand, not everybody's going to have the same success that LeBron James and Kobe had where you're in the finals every year, especially if you're coming out in the East. If you got a team that's injury prone and then y'all had some moments that go bad in coaching, that's not a rule to say, oh, well, let's just get rid of him and bring somebody new, especially if you won one with him already. That means you don't have faith in yourself as a franchise. How do you come to fire the head coach that won one for you? I can understand if he's been there like Doc Rivers, you've been there 5-6 years and he won none but some playoff games. Okay, cool. But you telling me you fire a guy who wins you a NBA championship because he's failed to get back there in the next 2 years, he's got to go? When clearly you maybe need to find out what's the issue with the roster and what's going on scheme-wise first and fix the problem. That's these franchises are not making good decisions anymore. You didn't see this back in the day.
Bingo.
The stuff we see now at the NBA, we ain't seen this back in the day.
I agree. I mean, I feel like Monty Williams, you took a team to the finals, you blew the lead. Yes, you did, but you got superstars on your team, and now you want to get rid of them. You know what I'm saying? Give the man. I wanted to give him one more shot at it with Bradley Beal, KD, and Booker. Now, granted, I don't think the fit matches because I feel like like the point, like Beal and Booker both need the ball in their hand. KD is the only player in that lineup that doesn't need the ball to be productive. Beal is a volume shooter.
Right.
Booker is a volume shooter. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't win last year because you don't have no point guard. And that's really what it is. CP3 always got hurt. I thought the Suns were pretty good. CP3, just when it matters most, CP3 is not available. That's the problem. Yep. You got Bradley Beal, and it looks good on paper, but the reason why Bradley Beal numbers look good with the Wizards is because he was the primary option. He's no longer that.
Right.
So how is Bradley Beal going to fit now when he's not that primary option? And that's why they got rid of him, because Kuzma is getting ready to take over the team. And they didn't need a Bradley Beal no more. I don't think he fits with this kind of team. He would have been better on the Miami Heat with Jimmy Butler than the Suns, but that's just me.
Yeah,
right.
I feel
because I'm about to go to bed, y'all. So I'm gonna holler at y'all.
All right, man.
All right,
all
right.
Be easy.
Right. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like I said that too. Like, he should have been like on Miami or somebody, because, and then too, the Suns, y'all at 8-0 now. So who's gonna be the center over there? Is he gonna be as good as Aiden or not? So your defense is gonna be
right.
Your defense is gonna be heavily affected too, because Bradley Beal ain't gonna go on there like and hawk people down defensively all day.
Nah, they center is gonna be Yusuf Nurkic. That's what's gonna be the center.
Nurkic. But Nurkic don't play defense.
Right.
So, what is that? He's just a body at this point. He's just a body, a big body. He don't play defense though.
Yeah. And plus they got a new coach too. So it's how they gonna play with that new coach with Frank Vogel. Yeah.
Vogel, the coach of the Suns?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yes, sir.
And the thing is, he had good defense with the Lakers, but the difference is the Lakers had bodies that could play defense over there. When he built that defense, who you got playing defense over here in Phoenix?
Bradley Beal don't play defense, and KD don't play defense. Well, he plays better defense now, but not like you would want. And Devin Booker, no. So you're right. Who's playing defense? DeAndre Ayton is gone.
Oh my God! This is what happens when you run.
They got no DeAndre Ayton. They got no campaign. And
you know KD only played 40 games a year.
Yeah, they got Grayson Allen, but yeah,
right. That's only gonna do you so much. Like, come on. So,
bro, this NBA season is gonna be real interesting.
Everybody is trying to make the roster look good on paper, but I'm big on chemistry. And does it?
Yes.
Bradley Beal, KD, and Booker, it looks good on paper, but on the court, it doesn't make sense. And I've seen a lot of Bradley Beal. I know,
and that's why
when he's at his game, he's the primary option. He's not going to be that on his team. So how good is he really going to be? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
30 points a game look good when you're the primary option. You're not going to get 30 points a game with this kind of team. So
yeah.
And that's why we think.
And he had time off last year with COVID and injuries as well. So you got to put that out there too.
Yep. Bingo.
And that's why we think the Wizards might be better than what you said, because you said the word chemistry. That's a young team that's about to get a chance to now play as a whole. You don't have Bradley Beal as the main option where everything got to go flow through him. Now Jordan Poole gets to slash and do his thing. Tyus Jones gets to, come and set people up as a point guard. And then you got Gafford. And then you got a big wing that can shoot like Kuzma and some other guys there. So it's like now it's going to create opportunity for those guys that we haven't seen from the Wizards or the Pistons if you over here with us as well to, come out and have they coming out parties and whatnot, and who's going to be the next man up, because that's where it is. Like, people got to understand that. There's a lot of teams that Wizards should be able to come out early in the season and make some noise against. I'm not saying like they're going, top 3 seed or something, but like they could be easily in, like we said, to play in. That's what both our franchises are right now looking towards, to play in. I can see the Pistons.
So let me ask you both something. What do y'all think about it? What do y'all think of what are y'all thoughts about the in-season tournament?
I'm gonna let Gnome tackle that one first.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how it's gonna work. like it's something new. I'm still trying to see how it's gonna work because it sounds like it's gonna have something to do with the play-in. I'm assuming, right? So it's gonna be determined and designed who gonna be allowed to play in the play-in.
Well, no, it's just it's the in-season tournament is basically just the in-season tournament itself. It's just a tournament to where all the teams in a division, then they get into a tournament, and then I guess the top teams or whatever, they gotta go against each other, I guess in December or something like that, and then they got an individual championship for that in-season tournament.
I feel like that's doing too much. I think it's just too much. I felt like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I felt like the play-in was too much. I get you're rewarding teams that suck. You're talking about the 11th and 12th seed or whatever it was, 13th seed. These teams don't belong nowhere near playoff. So like, let's stop rewarding teams who did shit all year. Just give it your 8 teams and keep it moving. I feel like, and LeBron James was the one that vouched for this in COVID year. You know what I'm saying? I mean, cool. It was cool for COVID year because COVID year was COVID year. It was a lot of weird stuff going on, but that wasn't something to be implemented. And then this in-season tournament, it's a lot of extra shit that doesn't need to be there. Let's keep it simple. We all know. Besides the outlier of Miami, 8 seed, 7 seed don't get to the NBA Finals anyway. So we already know your top 4 seeds, the 5 seeds are probably going to be the most likely team in the finals anyway. So like why are we rewarding a playing team who's probably going to lose round 1 anyway? What the hell is the point of all this extra stuff? Like maybe I'm just old school with it. I prefer 1 through 8 bingo. Let's play it like that. All this extra shit. I already know what it's for. It's for money, because those playing games generate extra revenue, extra game that you play, extra couple games. But besides that, from a I don't know what I'm trying to say, but it's just too much. It was nothing that we don't need all the extra stuff. Let's keep it simple here. It's basketball. Let's keep it simple here. You know.
No, okay. A lot of people forgot, but a lot of it started during the pandemic.
It did. Yep. LeBron
the play-in and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So ever since that's when a lot of it started happening.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought that should have just died then. That should have just died then. Like, okay, that was the one time, and then go back to normal. Like every other sports team, they ain't doing no tournament or stuff like that. So why do the NBA feel like they got to do? And I think it was all because of what happened with Phoenix. Because remember, they was like in a bubble, and they was like playing like crazy, and they was winning all them damn games. And then I think ever since that happened, that's why the play-in became a thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they went undefeated, but
at
the end of the day, they didn't even need to be in the bubble because they weren't going to get to the playoffs anyway. You see what happened? They went undefeated in the bubble and still didn't make the playoff. So they didn't even need to be in the bubble to begin with. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I like to keep it simple. You know what I'm saying? Basketball is basketball. We already know what teams are gonna possibly win the finals anyway. Those teams in the play-in are not going to win an NBA championship. So come on.
Exactly.
Come on now. I know if my Wizards make the play-in, they're going to get smoked in the first round. If they even get to the 8th seed, they're going to get smoked. Come on now.
Right.
Oh,
true.
It's true. Extra nonsense just to make revenue. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I be saying, man. Like, just keep it simple, like we say. I like the old school way.
Like they do the same thing with MLB. I remember the MLB playoffs was the wild card was 1 and done. Now you got best of 3. Like y'all tinkering with too much shit. I think that a 1-game playoff, do or die, it adds more pressure to that 1 game. Now you make it best of 3. Like I don't know. I don't like when they tinker with stuff that don't need to be tinkered with. I don't know.
You're right.
Yeah, and it's always going to have fans. Like even as many teams as you have on there, there's always going to be fans that's going to be like, it should be more teams. Just kind of like how they doing the college football playoff is another one. Mm-hmm. They talk about, we're going to add more teams. It shouldn't be 4 teams. It should be 8 teams. There's going to be 8 teams. There's going to be 16 teams. It's like, you might as well just let everybody in.
At this point, might as well. Now, with that, I do agree that the tournament style bracket was better than the BCS rankings that they used to do. I think the 4 playoff team was a great idea because the BCS system that they had was just weird to me.
Absolutely.
But the 4 teams is fine. If you start adding more than that, then it just start getting like, all right, now this is getting a bit too much. Like you said, you just let everybody in. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to realize any given team. I get football, college football is a little bit more. You can kind of predict who's going to win. But with a 1-game scenario, any given team can win.
Right.
TCU got to the championship game, but what happened? They got smoked. It wasn't even like it was like the game before the national championship was a better game than what we got in the championship. Like they got smoked by Georgia, like outclassed. You know what I'm saying? Like so, it's like you know. But any given night, a team can win. You start adding all these teams in, we might get teams that just like I like to reward the best team throughout the season, not a team that just having a Cinderella run. You know, I like the Cinderella story, but let's reward the team that actually deserved to be there. You know what I'm saying? TCU, they deserve to be there, but what happened? They got outclassed. But they deserve to be there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They had a great season, but they got smoked by a better team. Cool. I'm cool with that. You know what I'm saying? When you start adding extra teams, it starts getting weird, and it just starts to lose its sense of urgency. Like, I don't know. I like tradition, so I don't know.
Makes sense.
Right. And now let me ask y'all something though. How do y'all feel about the NFL? Now we had a couple of seasons in. How do y'all feel about us being like everybody having like 17 games now, 2 preseason games or 3, whatever how many it's been?
I guess you can. I'll let you touch it. Unless you.
I think for us as fans, I personally like it. The more games is cool with me. I think the players just don't like it. Because it's more good. Like the same reason we like it is the reason that the players don't like it. Because there's more games, more case of injuries and stuff. But I think with me, I love the idea. More games, I love it. I wish they could do that with college football. To be honest with you, but I'm just picking and choosing. But to me, yeah, I love it. I love the idea. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's weird. It's weird how they did it. When they first introduced the AFC team get the extra home game, then the next year the NFC gets the extra home. That's weird to me. Like if you're gonna do that, you might as well make an even number of games so where everybody has the same amount of home games.
Exactly.
That having to figure out which conference has the extra home game is at some point it's gonna be like, all right, I didn't forget at this point. So if you're gonna do that, you might as well make it 2 preseason games and add 2 regular season games on there. I don't understand. Like, no one cares about the preseason anyway. You're going to get more revenue from a regular season game. You know what I'm saying? So make an even number. Go from 16 to 18. Don't go from 16 to 17. It's an odd number. Now, like, one conference has an extra home game and the other conference don't. Like, that just sounds stupid to me. Like, make it even. All the teams are even. No matter how good or bad you are, everybody's even. Everybody deserves the same amount of home games. And you know what I'm saying? And just get rid of a preseason game. No one gives a shit about the preseason anyway.
Right.
You know?
And then not to mention they adding these out of country trips now, all these strange places.
I was just about to mention that. I mean, if you're gonna do that, don't penalize fans for eliminating a home game because they're overseas. I don't like that. That's just
I don't either. Like, I think the fans deserve to see their team 8 times a year. And when you play in London, you're basically depriving the fans of that game. Now, I get it. You want to expand your market overseas, and that's cool. But don't deprive a home team of that. If you're gonna do that, give them a preseason game overseas. You know what I'm saying? At least they're getting some football, but don't make a regular season game. One because of travel. The travel is ridiculous. Especially like my perspective about that is, if you're going to give a team a London game, make sure they're coming off at least the teams are coming off a bye week at least. Don't have them play a game week 2 and then week 3 they got to go to London. and other teams don't got to do that. That's a disadvantage. You never know how that affects certain teams. You know what I'm saying? I never understood how to, like, the process with that. Like
Jacksonville, they got to stay where they at right now and host the Bills in the country they're in right now. They got to stay the extra week.
And you know, Jacksonville was one of the common teams that plays in London all the time.
Right.
Like, if you look at all the history of London games, I can probably say the Jaguars probably play at least 3 or 4 times in London. And there's some teams. There might be a few teams that never played in London. Like, who's determining how that works? You know what I'm saying? Like why? I mean, don't get me wrong. Jacksonville to me is not a great home field advantage, but they still deserve to play in front of their fans.
Right. Why don't the NFL just say bump it, start a league over there in that country, and do some kind of merger where they start a league in that country or something, so they can have football over there, do American football over there, and then they can make that yearly around. Then we may be able to watch those teams over there if we interested in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, why don't they just do it that way?
Well, in a that's nice. I don't know why.
That's only in the CFL, brother. That's only in the CFL.
right, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so the NFL they make some interesting decisions, but I don't know. Like, we want to see more real football than preseason. So you went from 4 preseason games to 3. I mean, first of all, I wasn't a big fan of it. I mean, I'm big on on classic the way it used to be. When you start adding games, then the numbers start getting inflated, and then records start to get broken that only got broken because of an extra game. Passing yards.
Right.
In a normal season, Drew Brees may have 5,000, 4,000 yards. With an extra game, somebody may be able to pass that, but that's because they had an extra game. I think numbers start looking a little skewed because of extra games, and I'm not a big fan of that.
Right. And not to mention the fact that when you look at the situation, that they did the most stupidest thing during the preseason. Like, they literally sitting here flexing preseason games for national TV. Like, who the fuck cares about watching a preseason game on Sunday Night Football?
They was flexing games? Really? I didn't even know that. They was doing that? Wow.
They was flexing preseason games, bro. Like, national time on Saturday, national team. I'm like, what?
That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't know it was a preseason game. Like, no one. I mean, yeah, you give a shit to an extent, but no one gives, like, a national audience doesn't give a shit that the Bears are playing the Bills on a flex game. Like, do the numbers count? No, they don't. So I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about players. I mean, and on top of that, the starters aren't even playing. So who gives a shit if flexing games? If I'm like the start nowadays, because of how injuries are, the starters aren't even playing. And they're playing one series and they're out. So I don't give a shit about you flexing a game to get the attention on these big name teams, and their stars aren't even playing a game. Who gives a shit?
Right.
Who gives a shit? Like, save that for the regular season where it matters the most. Then I'll start caring. Preseason, I don't care. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong. Preseason, I'm excited because football is back. You're talking about from February to August with no football. I mean, February to July, no football. So I am happy that football is back after all those months, but I don't care about you flexing a game. Half the time, after like the first quarter, I mean, at the halftime, I'm not even watching the rest of the game anyway. I might catch the highlights, but I'm not watching the full game anyway. So it doesn't even matter. You know, so I don't know.
Right. Yeah, that's these national sports, man. We got to talk about hockey a second, too, because with this point shit, like, you got to have, like, a lot of points now to make the wild card. I'm like, what is this?
Okay, hold up. I follow hockey a little bit. What did they do?
Bree, tell him.
I think he's muted. Is he muted?
You muted, Bree.
I can't.
Back up from the camera, Bree.
I didn't hear what you said. What did you?
No, I said tell him about the point system in hockey where you gotta have like a lot of points to make the playoffs or whatever shit that they were doing.
Well, I think it's just a lot of points. Well, it's always been a lot of points to make the playoffs anyway. So it's just like you get two, like you got the you win, you get 2 points, you tie, Even if you tie, you consider 1 point, but if you win during overtime, you get 2 points.
Okay,
so,
that's how it always was, right?
Well, no, they just changed. They changed the overtime because normally with an overtime, if it's if they just added if you win it, you just get more points. You just get that extra point at 1 point. So I know it's confusing.
Okay, hold on. I know I'm a little tipsy, a little high.
No, that's cool.
Okay, so I watch a little bit of hockey. So from my understanding, if 2 teams go to overtime, both teams get a point. The winning team gets an extra point.
Yes, sir.
So what's different from that now?
It's just that whoever they just rewarded. They're pretty much just rewarding the winning team with an extra point.
So they get 3 points?
No, it's still 2 points. But it's not an extra point. It's just instead of just getting that 1 point, you just get the 2 points.
Okay.
If you win. I know. I know. And, then they got the wild card too, where it's like I think they got like 2 or 3 wild card teams, maybe more. It's kind of like baseball a little bit.
They
with
think
the
with too much shit now. They doing too much.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sip my beer and keep moving.
Then they got the shootouts. So if it's
right,
they got the shootout, the extra win and stuff. Now it's crazy. Now I went to a Red Wings game in the preseason. What they do is even if the game is over, they still do a shootout for both teams in the preseason. So
why is that even necessary in the preseason to begin?
I don't know. And I think they played. They just happened to play the Capitals. The game I went to.
Oh, go
so
figure.
The Red Wings won 5-2, but after the game, both teams did a shootout.
What was the wait? Hold up. The Capitals only had 2 goals and they still went to a shootout. What is the point of that?
I don't. They just do it after the game, I guess, for fun or something. I don't understand.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's normal. Okay. So my understanding was when I watch hockey, I haven't been following too much the last year or so. If 2 teams finish with the same record, they play an overtime round, like 5 minutes. If it's still no score, then they go to a shootout, and the winner of the shootout wins the game.
Yep.
So what is different from that system that you're saying?
Well, it's just that I think it's pretty much the same as that. It's pretty much the same as that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. Because I'm too drunk to figure out anything right now. None of this shit's making sense. I'm like, please, it's hockey. Please, a lot of fans don't understand hockey as it is. Please don't make this any more complicated than it needs to be. You know what I'm saying? Luckily, I watch a lot of sports. I know a little hockey because the Capitals are usually pretty good. Whether they win, they're usually pretty good. So I watch them. But please don't make the average fan that barely knows about the game even more difficult to understand the game. So as long as they ain't doing it, I'm cool. But I always thought it was weird how you reward a team with a point for going into overtime. Like my thing is, let's make it black and white, clear cut. Either you win the game or you lose. It used to be a lot of times where we would go, the Capitals would go into overtime, they lose, but you still get satisfied because you got a point. Why the fuck is that? Like you lost the game. So a lot of teams would clinch playoffs because they would get that point even though they lost the game. I don't like that. It's either you win or you lose. Don't reward somebody for going into overtime. I think that concept is stupid, but that's just me. I never liked that concept.
That's just like it's a rule in the G League. I think it's funny. So they go into overtime and they got a target score. So the target score is basically if they tie it up, let's say the target score is like they'll have like whoever scored the next 7-8 points, they win the game. So if it's like 100, no, for real. Let's say they go into overtime and it's 100 to 100. The target score can be 107 or 108. Whoever scores that, they win the game.
Oh, so it's like 21.
You can say that, yeah.
So wait, so there's no time limit?
It's no time limit.
Oh wow. So you telling me if niggas are just bricking shots over and over and over again, you just keep playing until somebody get that score?
Yep, yes, sir.
That is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
You gotta think about it. When you get to that overtime point, niggas didn't play 48 minutes of basketball. The shot might not be hitting no more. So niggas, it's the potential for niggas be bricking shots over and over again. And because you got a score to meet to, that game could go on potentially for a while. If everybody gets cold, that game could be cold. That's crazy. That's wild. I didn't even know that because I don't follow G League, but that's wild. That's crazy.
Yeah. I go to the G League game, so when I seen they did that, and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
A target?
That don't make sense.
They need to get rid of that.
That don't make sense.
So I gotta say something real funny real quick. So when we're watching Retro on Twitch, at times when stuff like this is happening, he proceeds to play something that has been stable on his channel for like years now, where you hear the song "Wipe Me Down." We done had like since before Daryl left the damn chat, we done had damn 30 "Wipe Me Down" moments. Well, I didn't realize but because YouTube. Oh, there we go.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Wipe me down.
I had to get that.
Well, first of all, let me tell you something right now. I learned a lot about this podcast. I didn't know y'all get down like that. See, when I pop in here, I be seeing y'all chat and I be engaged. I ain't never seen what I witnessed tonight. Y'all was going at it. I said, what is that? I'm up here drinking my beer. I'm like, is this real right now? They are literally going at Jared Goff. What the hell is going on?
Yeah. You blame Daryl for that one.
What the hell is going on right now? I said,
and Michigan versus Michigan State. I'm like, oh my god,
that was funny.
it get like that.
I forgot who was making the argument. But to that point, Michigan ain't played nobody this year. They played Rutgers, Bowling Green. They played nobody. I'm waiting for some competition. Maryland, ironically, is 5-0 this year, and they're never this good. Now, I'm not saying they're a threat to Michigan. I'm just saying they 5-0. So I need to see Michigan play some teams before I start crowning them. You know, the top two team in the nation. You know what I'm saying? They don't have a resume for me to say that. So, and Jim Harbaugh is known to choke in the playoffs. Like, he should have had at least a couple titles by now. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true. That's
Jim
true.
Jim Harbaugh doesn't deserve to be considered one of the elite until he wins the title.
And you know the thing is, like, it's a lot of Michigan fans that say the same thing, low-key. That's the thing about it, man. It was the same way in the NFL. And it's like, bro, because, you know, he played against his brother. Well, he played against y'all in the Super Bowl. It's like, bro, the only reason why it seemed like they came back was because they blocked out in Colin Kaepernick. I felt like people didn't give him no credit for that Super Bowl at all.
The Ravens
like,
were
how he played
the Super Bowl. The Ravens were dominating
right.
the Super Bowl. Beyonce blew the lights out, and then next thing you know, they coming back. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You can call it scripted or whatever you want to call it. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, you got to remember, viewership maintains its level if the game is close. Ironically, the lights go out, they start coming back. You got to keep the viewers entertained. So the comeback had to happen. And like, how many blowout Super Bowls do you see? You don't see a lot nowadays.
The next year after that one.
because you gotta maintain the viewership. People gonna click off if it's 25-0 after halftime. You know what I'm saying? So you know,
right.
like that Super Bowl with the Patriots, the Falcons was owning that game. But that game you don't turn it off because you know it's Brady. Brady can come back. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you don't really see a lot of blowout Super Bowl because you gotta maintain the viewership. So I'm just calling it what it is. I mean, is it scripted? Potentially, I don't know. But it's funny you don't see a lot of blowout Super Bowls, you know. So,
well, I swear that one with Denver and Seattle, the next year after y'all won, Boy, that was hilarious shit there. I forgot.
That was a blowout. That was a blowout.
Yeah.
I never seen Peyton Manning get owned like that. Like that Legion of Boom was on his ass. Like, and he had a great
man. At one point, Seattle was playing against themselves. Oh my god, damn!
Yeah, but you know what's funny about that? Peyton Manning got destroyed in that Super Bowl, but that was the year he had 50 touchdowns. The following year, he was average at best and won because of that defense. It's crazy.
Yep.
How that works, so.
Yep.
It
shows you defense wins championships, man. Like, and the thing is, like that just shows you how suck ass Brock Osweiler was as a quarterback. This dude sucked, bro. I don't understand how Denver was so hard. I'm like, bro, you should stay here. I'm like, bro, let that scrub go. And he went and got $72 million for the Texans and lost his starting job late in the season to Tom Savage. Bro, like that was got to be the worst quarterback signing ever until Russell Wilson got traded there.
Well, that was savage.
It's the Texans. I mean, they do dumb shit like that.
Yeah.
Like how do you blow Deshaun Watson? You got a franchise quarterback and you got him unhappy that he doesn't want to be there no more. Like you trade DeAndre Hopkins, like
for David Johnson that was declining.
But for a Cardinals running back that wasn't even all of that.
Right.
They do dumb shit like that. Like that's why they're looking good so far in their rebuild, but that's why they are the Texans. That's why they don't go nowhere. You don't draft a quarterback the stature, and I get the whole scandal, but as a talent, Deshaun Watson is a top talent. You don't let that go at that age. You try to do everything you do to keep him. You know what I'm saying? But then when and don't get me wrong, and then here's the flip side to it. Then the Browns want to give him $230 million guaranteed, and it's like, dog, that's never been done before. And as you've seen, and I get it in a small sample size, has Deshaun Watson lived up to that contract? Hell no. You know what I'm saying?
The thing is, he still got a shot at least being a wild card this year, which is wild. That's the thing.
Well, yeah.
Because the thing is, it's like the Michael Vick thing, man. You get in jail, you get in trouble. Now as a sports player, you're not playing the same no more. Tiger Woods, I think somehow found a way to kind of get his groove back. But, like he was struggling for a minute too. And that's what happens. Like, when this stuff happens, man, like they lose their magic a little bit because they've been distracted and sidegated with that so much. It seems like they don't come back the same.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right.
So people don't understand this. Deshaun Watson on the Chiefs could have won a Super Bowl too.
Oh yeah, he was before all the scandal shit. Yeah, he was that guy. Like he was like him, Lamar, and Patrick Mahomes in the AFC were top talent. I always said if you take Patrick Mahomes off the Chiefs and you give Deshaun Watson, Lamar Jackson those same weapons, and Andy Reid as a coach, they're all winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So Patrick Mahomes was fortunate enough to be in a system where you could be free, and Andy Reid has always been known as a quarterback's coach.
Yep, he's a quarterback guru, man. He did it with several quarterbacks at the Eagles, and not to mention, it was only two coaches that was hard nosed looking at it. It was Andy Reid and one with Denver now, Sean Payton. So that right there,
quarterback. Yeah, I agree.
Man,
but you see what Sean Payton is doing, Russell Wilson. That combo has not worked so far.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Is that Russell Wilson fault? That's Sean Payton? Russell Wilson has had 3 coaches in the last 3 years. He's had Pete Carroll. He's had Nathaniel Hackett. He's had Sean Payton, and nothing. His last 3 seasons, he hasn't looked like. He had a good year in 2019. He hasn't looked that good since then. So at this point,
the true part about it is that people understand the way Russell Wilson plays. Yeah, he can throw the ball, but his best days of winning football was when they were playing the same way Seattle was playing now with Geno. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Geno got receivers over there, but what's the ground tech of their work? They play they pick apart off your mistakes, and then they still run the ball, and then he makes plays with his passing arm, right? The thing about Russell Wilson and the Broncos, they're not a match because the Denver Broncos, to me, have never been a great passing team, despite having quite a few good quarterbacks that played there. Like they're known for actually being a physical running with a
Right,
crazy defense.
Terrell Davis, Mike Anderson. Yep, you're right. You're right.
They always ran the ball first. This shit they do with Russell Wilson is not their identity. That's not them. Same with it with the Seahawks. Them throwing the ball. It's not their identity. You know what I'm saying? When you look at the Tennessee Titans, people say what they want about the Titans. The Titans, to a certain extent, play to their identity, though. They always been a run dominant team. So at the end of the day, you build to what your best representation was, and then you build off of that. You know, when you look at the Ravens are always big on what? Defense. And then they did what? They had receivers there, but to me, the Ravens never been a receiver team like that. They always had somebody that was good, or they were like late into their prime, and their quarterbacks was good enough to get them the ball.
Exactly. Anquan Bolden, Derek Mason,
Steve
Smith.
What's his name? The mean, tough shit talker. What's his name? He played with the Panthers. Steve Smith, senior. Yep. That's what I'm saying. Like that's what they had. The Lions, they were always a balanced offense that could run the ball, and they had a quarterback that played from the pocket that can distribute the football to his receivers. They never had sexy receivers like that. Herman Moore was one of the few that was like that dude. Maybe Johnny Morton too. But at one point, Lions had freaking Brett Perriman, who was a struggling receiver that came to the Lions from the New Orleans Saints, and they had a bunch of renegade guys around him, and they went to the playoffs in one game because Barry can run. They built the physical defense up front, and like I said, they balanced everything off the run. And then when they tried to go all pass and they tried to get flashy with, Andre Ware and all these other guys, the shit wasn't working. Then Stafford was kind of like a new deal for him because he was like the one guy that was kind of different because he could throw the ball really good. He was sometimes inconsistent and 3 turnovers a lot. He was a gunslinger. The myth was give him a run game. And we'll see. We still haven't seen that with him, even with the Rams. I thought he was going. That was the first thing I thought he was going to get. But he had to a run game and an offensive line. They could not run the ball to save their life against Cincinnati. Cincinnati was set up to win, but they chose to choke the game away in the Super Bowl. Let's be real. They were set up to win. But everything that Cincinnati did to them, the Rams did do. They sacked Joe Burrow, Stafford sacked. The difference was Cincinnati gave up running football with that ball.
Well, exactly. Two words. Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald was the reason why they won that. Aaron Donald was what got them that championship because he was all over Joe Burrow. Like, you know what I'm saying? So you're right.
Yeah, because they gave him the opportunity, but I still feel like it's you can argue, say there was 2 of them, because again, Aaron Donald was all over the place. He protected the points to allow them to win the game, true. But the reason why I said I gave Stafford at the time more credit because it's like they were down, they were so injured up on that offense, it didn't make no sense. And it's like, bro, they all zeroed in on Cooper. Somehow this dude still got him the ball without no help from nowhere else. Man, Jefferson been blowing ever since. I don't know what the fuck wrong with him. And now you out here with a rookie in the 5th round named Puka Nicole. I'm like, who is this guy? Mm-hmm. And this dude got 500 yards right now. Like, bro. And that's what football. You have to build to its nature. Ravens gotta get settled into that thing where they can, let Lamar have some trust. Trust this man to throw the ball when it's time to throw it, and trust your running back, man. Trust the running back.
Exactly. But the thing is about it, the Ravens always had an identity was to run the ball. It's like my problem with the Ravens offense when they run Lamar is I hate the design runs. If Lamar has to run out of necessity, cool. Nobody's open, he takes off. It's when you design the runs. Give the man an opportunity to throw the ball. Like, why are you designing runs for this guy? Let him cook. If he don't see what he like, take off. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand why you just paid the man all his money. You're designing runs. It's a potential he could get hurt. Why are you risking that? Yeah. The man can pass. The man can pass. It's not like he can't. The narrative that Lamar Jackson can't throw the ball that has been washed away long time ago. The man can pass the ball. His issue now is is holding on to the ball. He fumbles the ball a lot. But the man is very accurate. If you look at his numbers this year, he's 74% completion percentage. He can throw the ball.
Yep.
Do not put this man. What was the game? Tennessee. I mean, not Tennessee. Indianapolis. The man had like 14 curries. Why is Lamar Jackson your leading rusher in curries over your running back? When you have a serviceable running back in Gus Edwards that can, like, when J.K. Dobbins got hurt, I was not mad. I mean, I was mad for him, but I wasn't mad for the offense. I'm like, okay, Gus can handle the load. And then it's like your quarterback still gets more carries than the running back. Make that make sense. A lot of people was complaining about Greg Roman being the reason why it's the case. Well, Todd Monken's doing the same thing. So it's like, what the fuck? So it's like, but I will agree with you. Identity is big. Those Lions years that you're talking about with Stafford, I seen times with Matthew Stafford throwing 50, 60 times a game. Like, I was always weird the Lions running game at. Like, I get Stafford can fling the ball, but damn it, you're one dimensional. No one gives a shit about your running game because you're not even trying to run the ball your damn self. So yes, the Lions had offensive talent with Calvin Johnson, Mike Williams. Yes, they did. But when you knew they're going to pass the ball every single down, you don't even respect the run. So of course the Lions ain't going nowhere because you're one dimensional. And Stafford made it work, but you're not gonna win every game when teams already know that you're gonna throw the ball. You gotta have a little balance. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so to your point, the Lions have been more balanced this year. Montgomery getting all those carries the last game, that's big. Because in the old regime, they would have never ran a running back that many times. You know what I'm saying? I like that they're at least trying to change it up a little bit.
That was the one reason why I was happy about Jared Goff being traded here. Because it was going to put the Lions to the test to force you to do it the right way. So you can't do that shit with this guy. You gotta have the fuck you. You got to get if you're gonna take Goff, now you forced to get him a defense. You forced to build him an offensive line and get the run game going first. Because Goff, think about Goff, he don't need a lot of receivers. He need a couple guys, but if you give him the best chance, give him a defense and an offensive line that can run a lot, like how we sort of are doing now. That's his best chance you're gonna win with him. It's not about the weapons he's throwing to. He can throw to different weapons. He's a play action quarterback. So the whole thing with play action is you power down the run, you run down your opponent's throat, you wear them out, and then you can go boom, fake it, they bite, and then boom, somebody's open. And that's literally his game. And you can manage to get him to do that. He's going to tear you up 90% of the time. Now, what he has improved in, I can honestly say, is shotgun. Because he, to me, is not a guy wanting a center throwing or pulling back in a shotgun formation. He's been a lot better at shotgun to be this year so far to start. So that's good that he's maturing a little bit more now as a quarterback. Because when he was with McVay, they were kind of doing the thing the Rams were known to do. You go back to the whole early years with Kurt Warner and all them. They were recreating a lot of that same type of stuff. With Todd Gurley being they had rusher there, they had a balanced offense, especially in 2017 and 2018. But it's when they asked him to something different, he couldn't step it up. And then that defense, they knew they was going to spend a lot of money. So, to me, part of that reason why they traded for Stafford, because they knew they couldn't count on him to develop fast enough to support them in the way that they needed support. They knew financially they was going to be strapped. They knew they was going to struggle to probably keep a lot of their defense talent. They needed somebody who had the talent level that could meet them halfway in the middle. And that's where Stafford came.
Agreed. And the thing about it is, with David Montgomery, it wasn't like he was going off. The man averaged, 3 yards a carry. But the thing about it is,
3.8 yards a carry, yeah.
When you run him 32 times, at least you're establishing a identity, a presence, a game plan, what you're trying to do. So it's so 4 yards a carry is not bad, but you ran him 32 times. That tells me that there was an emphasis on getting him the ball, and that's all that matters. If you can show a team that you're willing to run, that's going to open up the play action game and the receivers to get open, because now you got to respect Montgomery, and that's why the Lions are going to be good if they continue to do that. not make Jared Goff the primary guy to do everything. So I agree with you on that.
Yep, and that's what you have to balance the offense, man. Like I didn't like how we started off this year having him throw 35 passes a game. That didn't sit well with me.
He's never been that guy. He's never been that kind of guy. Even in the Sean McVay offense, he was never a guy 35, 40 times a game. You know what I'm saying? Jared Goff is a play action kind of guy. He feeds off of what the running game do. You got to respect it, and that play action game opens up the field. So now you can't stack the box. I mean, you can't, you know what I'm saying? You can't stack the box because that play action game is now he's going to hit you over the top. Jared Goff needs to play like that. You know, and that's up to coaching. That's up to coaching. You know, Dave Campbell, if he's the one calling the final shots, he's got to look at that tape against the Packers. That's the blueprint how you win, and that's how you go forward. You know, Jared Goff is not that guy that's going to throw drop back 40 times a game and pick you apart. We have enough evidence now to know that he's not that kind of guy.
Yep.
You know,
and that's how you have to go moving forward. You have to keep on you. The Lions are in the same boat, like I said before. They're in the same boat with the Dallas Cowboys and the Titans. When the Titans had DeMarco Murray, they had a young running back named Derrick Henry behind them that they did not play like that. We doing the same similar thing they did. And I was and it took me a minute to realize that because it's like I've been watching all the other teams doing it. I said I need the Lions to start doing it. It took a minute for it to kick in that the Lions are currently doing that over these. Like it took time because it's like I'm so used to them not incorporating the effective ways to win football games. Even I was blinded, even though I saw what it took. So it's taking me time to get used to seeing them play like this. Like I'm not used to this. Like, hopefully they'll keep it up.
You're right, because they've always been a passing team. You know what I'm saying? It's great to see that them actually balance it out and actually. And I get it. You had Calvin Johnson. You had receivers at one point, so I get the emphasis to get those receivers the ball. But damn it, and if you watch the most successful team, they have some sort of balance between run and pass. You can never be one-dimensional and win a Super Bowl. Like the history already shows that. So I like that. If the Lions continue to play like that, they will win games. I predicted them to win 11 games this year. If they keep playing like that, they will win 11 games.
Yeah. And now I'm thinking too, in a few weeks, if we both keep winning, I think that Lions versus Ravens at y'all crib will get flexed.
Oh, you're right. You're right. We do play y'all. I forgot about that. We do play y'all. That's gonna be a good game. I'm just hoping that our guys are off the injured list and actually play that game because it's gonna be a great matchup. But damn it, I want to see people playing. I'm tired of seeing the injury list with all these names on it. Can we get the guys that we want to see play? I know. I'm just talking from a fan standpoint.
Yeah, I hear you.
When you sign guys to contracts, you want to watch them play. We signed Marcus Williams from the Saints, and he's missed so many games. I'm like, I forgot what he looks like when he is out there. You know what I'm saying? I want to see people play. Now, I got my own conspiracy about why people are getting hurt, but I'm not going to touch on that in this podcast. That might be a little bit more than what I need to go into. But I think you guys may know why people are getting hurt more than they are now, and that's sad that is the reason, and it's affecting the game. I just want to see my best players play, and they're getting hurt at an alarming rate. People are passing on the field. It's sad to see that. You know what I'm saying? Like you force people to do something, and it's affecting their bodies. And now you see what I'm saying? Like, so I just want to see good product. I don't want to see backups playing. I want to see my guys, top guys on the field in big matchups. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So that's all I want to say. Like Lamar Jackson, it was a stat. He hasn't played Joe Burrow in like the last 3 or 4 games until the last time they played. Because every time that the Bengals played the Ravens, Lamar Jackson was hurt. I'm like, I just want to see, like, against a good team, I want to see my best players out there. Is that too much to ask for? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's too much to ask for? Can I have my players out there playing? You get paid to play football. Can you play football? That's all I want. That's all I want.
Right.
Just give me that. So.
Hey, I feel you, man. Now, I'm going to say this, though, Retro. When that week comes up, when we going into the Ravens, I think we got to do this again, bro.
Oh, yeah. Please remind me. I would love to get on here and do like a preview of that because it really just depends on what the injury list look like at that time. And if we got guys playing, it's gonna be a good matchup. If the injury list is clean, it's gonna be a good matchup. The Lions are a good team. I didn't predict them to win 11, 12 games for no reason. I like the way they ended the end of the last season. They beat the Packers in a game that people predicted the Packers would win because they were at home. They beat them. You know what I'm saying? I knew they was going to bring that momentum into the next season. The Lions are good. And I remember Dan Campbell, because I remember when we played y'all in 2021, he hadn't got his first win. He hadn't got his first win yet. And I remember them talking about, oh, this looks to be it. Then Tucker hits the field goal and it's like, God damn. And I low-key felt bad for Dan Campbell. I was like, but as you can see, they kept with him, and now he's developing his players, and he's trying to be a good coach. So it's like they didn't ask him quick. They let him run his course, and now it's rewarding y'all. The Lions are a good team. The division is y'all's. It's y'all's to lose. Minnesota don't have a win. The Bears are garbage. The Packers are good, but y'all just beat. Well, the Bears are garbage. I mean, let's be real. The Bears are garbage.
Man, let me tell you, bro. Them motherfuckers been talking shit all off season, dog. I swear to God, like, good Lord.
For what reason though? You didn't do anything. Like, I don't get it. Listen here. You had the number 1 overall pick. You could have took a quarterback. You felt like Justin Fields was your guy. Look how that's looking now. They got him a receiver. He got what's his name?
DJ Moore.
Yeah. So like, what's the excuse? You don't have. He's getting harassed. No offensive line. Like the Bears are garbage. The Bears are garbage. So it's really between Packers and Lions. And you see what happened when they played. The Lions are a better team. It's the Lions division to lose. There's nobody that's going to compete with the Lions. And for the first time in my lifetime, I've never been able to say the Lions are the clear-cut favorite in the NFC North. I've never been able to say that. In 33 years, I've never said the Lions were the clear-cut favorite. Clear-cut.
Yeah.
So
I always felt like Michigan had the wrong shit.
Boy, I bet they wish they had John Harbaugh, but they can't have him. They can't have him, man.
And you know what's crazy? Last time the Lions was in the playoffs, Retro, I think he was like 1 year old.
Yeah, wait, they made the playoffs. They made the playoffs.
Well, they gotta win. Let me take it back. They gotta win.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I never been with my own 2 eyes seen that. I've never seen that. You know what I'm saying? That Barry Sanders days. How you have a talent like Barry Sanders and you can't win a playoff game? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy.
You know what? The Lions had opportunities to win a lot on playoff games, but it will always be the same old stupid shit, having like a DB not knowing his coverage or some little bullshit like that. Like, oh, come on.
I ain't gonna lie. This is from an outside perspective. I know y'all from Detroit. I always used to get mad watching the Lions on Thanksgiving, and I'm like, why y'all keep, I know it's tradition, but why do y'all keep putting the Lions on TV just to get smoked everything? Like, I want to watch a good Thanksgiving game. Please don't put the Lions on here no more. Every time they get on there, they get smoked.
But you know what's effed up? Last year was actually a really good game despite us losing that.
But you gotta remember, y'all on it every single year. One good game out of 80 years is like, and then, you know what I'm saying? Like, it don't cut it. It don't cut it. You know, but they do look good this year, and they are a legitimate threat for, you know, I mean, them and the Eagles. Yeah, I would pick the Eagles, but would it be a good game? Yeah, it would. Them against the 49ers, it would be a good game. I'm not saying I'm not picking the Lions to win, but they're in the conversation for a top 3 or 4 team in the NFC. And as long as they keep playing like they did against the Packers, that's the formula that y'all need to win.
Hey, I gotta ask you a question. Who are worse team right now? The Bears or the Giants?
Well, it's hard to say because the Giants do have a win, but I have a couple of friends that are Giants fans on the stream. And I'm like, all right, Giants, you've had 2 home games. One you got beat 40-0, and the other game you got beat 24-3. You scored 3 points in 2 home games. You know what I'm saying? Like, considering the year that they had last year, I expected the Giants to be a little bit better. You paid Daniel Jones all that money, and you're not getting a return on investment. The offensive line is shit. Like you said, he leads the league in fumbles. The offensive line is shit. You know what I'm saying? Saquon Barkley's he's not happy. He's not happy. You didn't pay Saquon Barkley. He's not happy. You know what I'm saying? Like, they got a lot of issues going on there. They do. You didn't give him the long-term deal he wanted. It's a lot of I don't know what to say.
How the hell do you let somebody who looked the way Daniel Jones looked like as a person punk you in the corner and say, "Give me $45 million"? How the fuck do you let this dude?
I don't know. See, the thing is, they had no choice but to pay him. The amount that they paid him is crazy, but realistically, on the market, if you look at on the market, what was you going to get? You didn't have enough. You didn't have a high enough draft pick to get one of the good guys. There wasn't anybody. I mean, do you really want Carson Wentz? I don't want Carson Wentz. So it's like, who was you going to get?
I would have took Wentz over him in that situation. I'm sorry.
I don't know. The last time I seen Carson Wentz with the Colts, I don't want that version of Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
I don't want that. I don't want that. And on top of that, Daniel Jones is younger, so you really had nothing to go out there and get. So, but he fleeced you for how much money you paid him. It's about the money you paid him. Like he should have got paid, but not that kind of money. He hasn't performed like that to get.
They should franchise his ass, man.
Yeah, but the tough part about it was who you gonna franchise, him or Saquon? That was
no, fuck that. I would have paid Saquon and franchised his ass. That's what I'm saying. And I know everybody that said, well, Saquon got hurt, but you getting hurt with this dude getting $45 million ain't doing shit. He's not stepping up to nothing right now.
Yeah, I get you. The problem is the running back market is like you. The running back market is basically saying you don't pay running backs long-term deals for exact reason. J.K. Dobbins in his last year, he's looking to get paid. What happens? He get hurt. He ain't getting that deal no more than he wanted because he got hurt. And on top of that, you got hurt for the whole year, so you can't even get on the field to even show people what you can do because you're gone for the whole year. So now ain't nobody gonna pay you the kind of you might get paid. The Bears are garbage. The Bears are garbage. The Bears are garbage. The Bears are garbage. Like my thing about it is, here's the thing with the Bears. You had the number 1 overall pick. I don't think I like Justin Fields, but he's not a definitive number 1 quarterback. You have the number 1 overall pick. Draft a number 1 guy and trade Fields. Teams would trade for Fields if you put him on the market. I get that you try to show confidence in keeping him and loyalty, but you had the number 1 overall pick. All you got to do is assess. Is C.J. Stroud better than Justin Fields? Is Bryce Young better than Justin Fields? Is Anthony Richardson better than Justin? If any one of those are yes, you keep that number 1 pick and you trade Justin Fields. Now look what happened. Justin Fields is a mess. His completion percentage is barely 50. Yeah, he can run, but he has no offensive line. So like the Bears fumbled that. You got lucky with even getting the number 1 pick because the Houston Texans basically gave it to you because they decided to play hard with Lovie Smith in that last game. They won that game. Otherwise, the Texans would have number 1 pick. So how do you have the number 1 pick and trade it? And then the quarterback that you kept ain't paying dividends for you. So you fumbled that whole scenario. I blame the Bears.
Yep.
Because
you spent $18 million a year on the linebacker.
Exactly. For all that, you should have kept Roquan Smith. If you're gonna pay that kind of money for a linebacker, you should have kept Roquan Smith.
We're lost. Y'all game.
I'm definitely happy we got Roquan Smith. But
I was talking about the Bears. I was like, they lost y'all game.
I'm happy. Thank you for giving us Roquan Smith for a fucking third round or whatever it was. You know what I'm saying? So the division is y'all to lose. I mean, unless y'all just slump for some reason, there's no reason why y'all should lose that division. I mean, there's no competition. Right. The Vikings on paper should be good, but they don't have an offensive line. You got Justin Jefferson. They should be better. They should have at least a win. So, but they don't. So, like y'all already are 3 games ahead of the Vikings. There's no reason why y'all should lose that division.
Yeah, the Vikings got lucky against the Panthers last week.
Wait, they got their first win? Oh, they did get their first win.
Right. But to me, they were stupid too because they let Dalvin Cook walk. I was like, oh wow.
Right. I forgot they got their first one. You're right about that. But yeah, still, the division is y'all to win. The Vikings. First of all, you beat a Panthers team. You had to come back to even beat them. You know, what I'm saying? Because they were losing that game. So it's like the Panthers don't even have a win. You struggle against the Panthers team. Come on.
The Lions need to be focused on in the division, making sure every team questioning that they should go get a quarterback next year's draft. That's what they need to be doing. We need to be making these teams look for quarterbacks next year. The Vikings got to look for a quarterback. We got to make them look for one. We got to make the Bears look for one.
Yeah, let me ask you something. Do you believe that Jared Goff is a long-term solution, though?
That depends.
I think so.
That depends because it's not about him as a player. It's financially speaking because people don't take that part into the equation. You got to look at the young guys that we drafted since 2020, 2021. There are some of our best players that's going to need to get paid too. So I'm not against paying him, especially if he plays well and continue to play well. But it can't be a 5-6 year deal. It has to be. I can't go no further than 2 to 3 years because we had to have something invested for the future. Now we did draft a quarterback in the 3rd round. We don't know officially what he's going to be, but we got to make sure we can pay Sewell, Amon-Ra St. Brown, eventually Aiden Hutchinson. You gonna have to probably replace Taylor Decker in the draft or something if he retire. You got other receivers you will eventually have to pay or have the option to pay. Other defensive players, Lee McNeil. Some of our safety help. We got guys to pay to keep here. And if you give him 45, 50, 60 million dollars, that's gonna be kind of hard.
Yeah.
So he could be a long-term solution, but I say it's semi because and the situation is he may have to come down on his deal too because at the end of the day, it's about the morale of the team. If the team want Goff there, okay, cool. Because I don't want us to go through what Tennessee is going through, and I don't want us to even go through sort of what 49ers sort of went through. They got lucky and ended up with Brock Purdy. But they still not out of the deal like yet either because if he gets hurt, who's coming in? You see what I'm saying? Like, right. On top of that, the Lions have to make sure that they don't rush him out either because you can want him gone if you're not a golf guy you want, but you might hurt the morale of that team because they might really still be hot with him right now. So they might have to keep him for like 2-3 years after his contract up. But I think that's the limit I'll go because you do got to pay for that roster. The 49ers showing you sort of the way to do it, man. Pay for the roster, plug a quarterback that you feel like fits what y'all do.
Well, I credit that more to Kyle Shanahan more than the way he run his offense. You can plug in pretty much any good quarterback with that roster, and he's gonna look good. Because who was talking about Brock Purdy at any point last year? He was number 3 on the depth chart. You had Garoppolo, Lance, and him. Yeah, he came out of nowhere. Like those kind of things don't happen, and they're fortunate. And he's not on a contract, so you ain't gotta pay that man, and he's producing for you. So their championship window is there, but that doesn't happen with a lot of teams where your 3rd string quarterback is actually your best quarterback.
I'm gonna say this too, though. I really do feel like the NFL needs to change again the way the quarterbacks get paid. I know they did initially with the rookie contracts. But I feel like it's crazy if you pay a rookie like, let's say, Anthony Richardson. Let's say he stays around the same level and he has a solid season in his 4th year. Now he wants, because he threw like 35 touchdown passes in his 4th year, he wants some big money. Y'all probably haven't touched the playoff yet, and you want this guy to get like $45, $50 million like Kyler Murray. Like, what the fuck? Like, they didn't change that, bro.
Well, I blame the individual team. My thing about it is, your resume has to show progression over each year. Yeah, you can have a great year. Like, look what happened. I don't mean to tie it back to the Ravens, but look at Flacco. He had a great year, won the Super Bowl. What did he do after that? You basically paid Flacco for one good year, one Super Bowl run, and he didn't do nothing. He didn't really give you that same level of production. I think about it is, if you're going to pay a quarterback, you need to definitively know this is your guy. And a lot of these cases, the Daniel Jones and Daniel Jones didn't prove that he's worth that kind of money. He had one decent year. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's like, I blame the front office of these teams because it's like you're the ones making the decision. Yeah, he had a great year, but is he going to continue that, or was that just he balled out because he knew he had to get a contract?
Right. And the thing is, even when you look at like Philly with that situation, like, yeah, I like Jalen Hurts a lot. I do. But there's still a difference when he's taking certain throws because you got a big 6'5", 200-some pound receiver that can jump up and get it. Like, it's understandable why he's getting $25 million a year. But if he wasn't there, well, Hurts hadn't looked that good. So people got to take that into conception too. And I'm not even big on like, oh, you got to have all these receivers and all these famous popular receivers and but it's just that this is more reason why you have to think about the whole team. Like, yeah, I get it, quarterbacks are important, but to me, like, I shouldn't see 3 years from now Desmond Ridder getting $45 million, $30 million, $25 million. Like, if he's not playing at that level, I think $15 million should be enough. You can't do nothing with $15 million. I don't know what else.
See, but you gotta understand too, known that even with the Jalen Hurts situation, it took a while for them to even have trust into putting Jalen Hurts in the first place. At first, they didn't have faith in him. They had to literally forced them in there because they really didn't want to put him in there. He was just there by default. And look at it now. You know, that's true. He had his whole career. Even in college, he was like that.
Yeah, he was like that. That's the point I was making because it's like, you know, he kind of carried over his flaws too in the NFL. Like, you saw the good because remember the year when they destroyed us? Week 9 going into our bye week. It was a lot of Philly fans like, bro, I'm not sure Jalen Hurts is it. And we was telling them like, nah, he's a good quarterback, man. He just got his problems, y'all. He got some work. He got some development he need to do. And then, you know, the Super Bowl, he come out. Now, I will say this. Mechanically, we look at him, we can see that he's improved because there was times where he had pressure literally on him and took hits and still was throwing passes and leading them. And then I'm like, damn. And he had that boys with pinpoint accuracy. So he has improved. And that's kind of the reason why I hate to say I really like Michael Penix for a similar reason. Because when I look at him play and for Washington, man, he was in Indiana and he didn't quite look the same. And I like when players start. I like college football players that start off one way and then like they improve and they get better at their craft. I don't always like them looking like gods from game one because it's kind of hard to measure them. I like quarterbacks with a little problem on them, where it's like, okay, he got to work on that. One like a problem or two. That's just me. Like, because I get to see how you progress from that. That's why I liked about Hurts. That's why I liked about Stafford. But as good as Stafford was as a passer, we knew he had a gunslinger mentality. And to watch him mature in the ways that he did was actually pretty cool. Same way it was with, you know, Hurts and several other players. And even Lamar, like being a passer. Lamar's a lot better of a passer now than he was in his earlier days.
Agreed.
Yeah, my thing with Lamar Jackson is the worst case scenario is I hope he doesn't end up being like RG3.
Oh yeah.
Having that injury and then it just, you know, he's in there and then, you know, he's injured, but yet even though he should be out, but he still plays, and then having the risk of injury, then it just causes your career. And that's my biggest concern about Lamar Jackson is that he runs into he's like RG3.
Well, I hope you're right. The one thing I think about RG3 is from Lamar. RG3 really only gave you one good year. Really, that rookie season where you won Rookie of the Year. You know, at least Lamar has at least given you 5 years now. So and the one thing I think about Lamar, for as much running as he does, he doesn't take the big hit. Like Lamar barely gets hit. Like even the injuries that he's had, it's from the pocket. Feels like any traditional pocket passer. So I hate when people give the narrative, oh, he runs a lot. You know, he's susceptible to injury. His injuries.
Yeah, it's Josh Allen.
Yeah, just like any other pocket passer got injured, Lamar Jackson got injured from the pocket. He's not getting injured from running. He knows how to avoid the big hit. So it's like, I think what Lamar is it's a development of making your reads. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got the receivers now. Everybody used to say, "Oh, you don't got the you got the receivers now." If you don't live up to what we know you can be, then I'm going to question that contract. But right now, I'm not going to do that because it's not his fault. He's playing. OBJ's not playing. Rashad Bateman. It's like that's the problem. It's like that's what I'm saying. Injuries are like it clouds my judgment on thinking how good this Ravens and Lamar can be because guys are in and out. It's like I can't really get a good read on how Lamar is playing because he's playing decent, but man, he could play so much better if he had OBJ and Rashad Bateman. They're not playing, so you know, like he just needs to stay away from injury. I think he'll be good.
Yeah,
you know, he can throw the
that's
ball.
what it is. Yep.
Yeah.
That's true.
He can throw the ball. Yeah, I'm tired of people saying Lamar can't throw the ball. He can throw the ball. Like that's not playing. Yeah. Like, the people that saying he can't throw the ball are not watching tape. They're not watching tape because when you watch the tape, he's very accurate with the ball. He's 74% completion this year. He's accurate. You know what I'm saying? It's really about the fumbles. The fumbles is his biggest issue right now. He's accurate. So.
And the protection, pass protection from the offensive line too. That's another problem.
Oh, please don't get me started. I don't want to get into a Ravens rant. I was trying to say for Double R podcast, don't get me started on Ronnie Stanley, please. The man has played like literally 7 games since he got paid in 3 years. Like,
Lord,
I'm proud of Ronnie Stanley. Yes, as a talent, he's great, but damn it, he's not on the field, and so. I don't give a fuck what your talent is. If you can't be on the field, you're pointless. I'm tired. Like Ronnie Stanley is a Pro Bowl talent, but he can't stay on the damn field. You know what I'm saying? Like he's getting on my nerves. Like 2020, they signed him to a big deal. The very next game he got hurt, he missed the rest of the season. 2021, he missed the whole season. 2022, he played some games. Looked pretty good. What happened this year? Played 1 game, he's hurt the next game. Like I'm tired of Ronnie Stanley. It's like dog. Like I know everybody can't be perfect health, but damn it, he plays like 40% of the games every year.
Yeah. Now Bree to tell you better than I can. If that was Taylor Decker, he'd have been ran out the city. But Taylor Decker can't be missing 2 games in one season. They'll say he sucked and get him out of here. That's how they do over here, bro. And I say Taylor Decker because they both came out the same draft.
Yeah. And see, the thing is with Ravens fans, it's happened so much now. We expect it now. It's like, did Ronnie Stanley make it out the game healthy now? Because it's like any given play, he's injury prone. He's potential to be injured. It's ridiculous. I'm not saying players are intentionally trying to get injured, but it's like, damn, what is it that you're doing that keeps you injured all the time? Like, you know what I'm saying? There's other offensive linemen. Kevin Zeitler, he plays every game in the season. Morgan Moses, for the most part, is consistent. Why is it that Ronnie Stanley can't be on the field when other offensive linemen are? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it just makes you question, like, you know, I'm not questioning people's intent for wanting to play games, but it makes me wonder, like, you got the contract, do you even give a fuck anymore? Do you care about playing football? Or is it that you got paid and you got your money now, and it's like, because before he got paid, he was on the field. Before he got that contract, Ronnie Stanley was not missing games until he got that contract.
Yeah.
It just makes me wonder, you know, and I hate to question someone's intent on wanting to play, but I'm starting to wonder, do you really want to play football? Or are you okay with collecting your big paycheck and playing 7 games a year?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to rant, but every time I talk about Ronnie Stanley, he's so good at what he does that he can't stay on the field, and it annoys me.
You know, I noticed we talking about offensive linemen. I hate to bring this up, but bro, did you stay on the story about the whole Michael Orr situation, about him suing his family and all that stuff?
I heard about it, but I didn't actually look into it. What happened?
They basically used his name and made millions of dollars and didn't give him shit.
Oh, you talking about the Blind Side movie?
Yeah.
Not the actor, but the actual real one that played for y'all. So all his kids, so all the Tuies and they 2 white kids got all the money and they gave him nothing.
Did you say white kids?
You know.
Well, I mean, I've been saying that's the answer right there.
Yeah. And he not only is he saying a lot of that story was a lie, but he's suing them right now. He's supposed to be in a big court battle with them right now. Now I'll tell you who to go watch if you want more information. Go watch Flemo Raps.
Well, he should win that case then because I thought he did. I thought he was getting paid for that.
No, he wasn't. They had him sign something when he was like 17, 18 years old that basically gave all his rights to his money to them that he made from the film. So that thing was a box office hit. So the book, everything, all the money, he never got none of it. That's what he's saying.
Oh well, see, yeah. Then if that's the case, then he might not win that because if it's black and white, clear cut. If you sign that form that says you giving your rights, then you're not gonna win that because you gave your rights. So it's like
some kind of it's not. It wasn't adoption papers. It was like what they call that shit. Like I said, Flemo Raps got it all under. In fact, when Flemo Raps did the first video, Michael Orr shared it on Twitter, retweeted it, saying like, yeah, he spoke 100% facts on this entire video. So yeah, go watch Flemo Raps. He basically break down way better than I could. I was tripped out when I heard it. I always heard he didn't like the movie, but I never completely understood why he didn't. Now I know.
That's crazy.
They lied and made up on his image of what he was as a person, what he was, and made it seem like he was just some dumb kid that didn't know anything, and that actually wasn't true.
That's sad. I feel bad for him.
Yep.
I feel bad for him. You didn't like the movie. You didn't receive any compensation for the movie. You know what I'm saying? Now they're reaping the benefits off your name.
Yep.
That's not a good look, and I feel bad for him. Not because he played for the Ravens, just because
it's just wrong. Period.
That is not right. Yeah, exactly. That's just wrong in general. I didn't know about that. I've read about it. I didn't look into that. I just but damn, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yep.
But you signed that form, so I mean, he's not going to win that case. Because they're like, well, you signed it. You signed it. I mean, whether you read the terms and conditions or not, you signed it. So you basically gave us access to use your name and make money off of it. So you didn't. Is he right on principle? Yes, but on black and white, no, because he signed it. So you're not going to win that case, unfortunately. Unfortunately,
right.
Not. But that's
it's messed up because you thinking like they just adopt. They trying to basically take you in. They go put money in your pocket and do all this for you, and they just really just saying so they can take your story and write it out themselves and then make one. I said, wow, that's wow.
That was the plan in general, though. That was their whole plan.
Because they bit boosters for Ole Miss. Mm-hmm. So when they saw him, they was like, oh, okay. That's crazy, man.
But that's one of those prime examples. You got to read the fine print.
Yep.
The fine print is saying we will use your likeness and make profit off of you. Are you okay with that? When you sign that, yes, I am, and they make money off of you, and you don't get anything back off of it, you signed it. As much as I feel bad for him, he can't win that. You can't. There's no way you can win that. You're
unless there's some other kind of foul play under it or something like that. That's what we'll have to wait when we hear the trials and shit. I'm gonna be doing some research on that in the next couple weeks.
I mean, I hope it is. I hope it's some foul play because that's a better chance for him to win the case. But if it ain't,
exactly.
That's the thing.
Yep.
Just all the way.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
So. All right. So, y'all want to get into final thoughts, man, for the pod?
Yes. Yeah, I don't mind. I'll let you guys go. Actually, if you don't mind, I guess I'll go.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess I want to say I do thank y'all for allowing me to be on here. I do I love conversation, as you already know. One of my biggest things is talking. So being on podcasts, being on shows is great. Talking with new people, having debates with new people is great. And we could be here all night talking sports. The way this is going, honestly, there's so many different topics that we can touch on. We'd be here all night. We'd be here till 8 in the morning, literally. But so it's like I think we all can agree we love to do that. And in Youth Dome, we talked about this the other day, and I was telling me about why you had changed the podcast from Thursday to Wednesday, and I was like, Wednesday's a good day to do podcasts. Trust me, I do podcasts on Wednesdays too. The energy of communication is there on Wednesday, and now that I'm actually a part of the show, I see it.
Right.
Like that was a lot of great ideas bouncing off. So like definitely continue to do your podcast on Wednesday and keep the flow, because you guys were definitely talking some stuff, and I think your content will continue to grow if you keep the format that you're going. You know what I'm saying? Whether you and Daryl were serious or not, that was great content. Like, I'm just sitting there with a beer in my hand, just listening to y'all just go at it and enjoying myself. Like, is this real? But I'm having a good time. Well, I'm just like, this is great. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's what keeps people listening. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just glad I was able to be a part of it. Whether I was engaged in that or not, I was happy just listening to him. Like, is this real? Like, y'all got burning on off over here. He's hot. He's hot over here, man.
Oh shit!
I was like, this man is about to have a heart attack on stream. Please help this man.
Sound like a frustrated Bears fan.
Yeah, I was but I had a good time. I had a good time, and I'm glad I did get on here. This was great. And so, whatever week the Lions play the Ravens, I would love to get back on here and do a preview or whatever of that. That would be great, especially depending on where the teams are at that point. What week is that? What week do we play y'all?
That's like, I think that's before our bye week or something like that. Because I think we face y'all after Monday Night Football or something that we got against the Raiders.
Yeah, I know. I see you right. I know I see y'all on the schedule. I know it's like a little bit later in the year, but either way, I would definitely love to get on and talk previews and predictions for that game, because that's going to be great. You know what I'm saying? You know what? We play y'all. Oh no! We play y'all this month.
Yeah.
That's coming October 22nd. Oh shit, that's much sooner than I thought. Okay, well then, yeah, we're gonna have to definitely get me on back and talk that, because that'd be great. I love to get you on. But anyway, in a nutshell, I had a great time being here, and I appreciate it.
Oh man, appreciate you.
Yes,
and
sir.
don't forget to plug all your social links too, man.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not a guy that boosts myself, but yeah, obviously you can catch me on Twitch, twitch.tv/Retrorecap. On there, you're gonna see a lot of gameplays, entertainment, podcasting. We do game shows, like I said, on YouTube. It's Retrorecap with 2 P's. And on here we do a little bit more sport talk. I haven't actually been slacking. I haven't been feeling well lately, but normally we do post game Ravens. We do power rankings for the NFL. We do weekly predictions on Thursdays, which I need to get into the lab and start recording that. But so if you're into sports, definitely make sure you check out the channel. Like I said, power ranking is always fun, because no matter how I rank, everybody has an opinion. Everybody in the comment section come, I'm wrong. Somebody got my ass a couple weeks ago talking about why you got the Saints so low and why you got them losing to the Packers. They're better than
they lost.
And what happened? The Packers beat the Saints. And I'm like, I'm not that kind of guy. Like, I told you so. But you see, like, I know the Saints are not as good of a road team as they are a home team. When they play inside that dome, they play better. When they play on the road, especially in a place like Lambeau, they don't play normally well. So even though they had a better team on paper, the history matters. The Saints don't play good on the road. So that's what I'm saying. So I enjoy that. So that's why I do what I do. So definitely catch me on YouTube and Twitch. And yeah, so I appreciate y'all for having me.
Man, appreciate you.
There you go. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, Bree. I appreciate that.
For sure.
That is great. I appreciate that. I don't talk a lot of sports on Twitch, but if somebody comes in the chat and wants to talk sports, I'm always open to talk sports with anybody. Thank you for that. Thank you. That's for the YouTube. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, man.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
thank you. I gotta get back in the lab to start getting some recordings done, but nonetheless, I appreciate it.
Listen, Bree, you gonna enjoy a lot of that content on there, man. Trust me. All the game show hosts that he do on there, you gonna enjoy that. It's actually pretty fun. So,
because people like I rant. When I go on a rant, people like to watch that kind of shit. Like I can have a blood vessel popping out my head. People like to watch that kind of shit. Like when I was talking about, damn it, give Gus Edwards the ball. Like Monken, give your playmakers the ball. Everybody like when I get hot. I'm like, but I'm being serious. Like Monken, you got playmakers. Give them the damn ball. Like stop using Lamar Jackson to run around the field. You got Zay Flowers. You got the Bateman don't even get targets. Get them the damn ball. It's just that simple. You know, it may come off. It's funny, but I'm serious. Like get them the damn ball.
It's the Gemini. It's the Gemini in us, man. Like we all hold in shit so long that after a while.
See, the thing is, you speaking as a passionate fan.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And people gotta understand that. Like when you a passionate fan and you got so much love for your team, you want to show that. You don't want to be like a bandwagon fan that just shows up when they win. You there whenever they win or lose. So we respect that.
Exactly. And I see now, because I see how you feel about Jared Goff, at least from what I'm hearing here. So I get it, because that's how I feel about our team. Like, you know, but here's the thing, real quick. I think we're both happy that our teams are 3-1. I think the Ravens are 4-0. But I think honestly, I had the Lions going 3-1. I didn't have it in the way it happened. I had them losing to the Chiefs, but winning all the games since then. But they beat the Chiefs, lost to the Seahawks. But I think we're very happy that our teams are both 3-1. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, we can nitpick this and this, but they're 3-1. We could be much worse. So I think we're all happy about that, at least.
Yeah. Because I think we the same way, because we feel like we should be 4-0 too. Well, for that Seattle game. So we kind of the same.
Seattle just got our number, man. No matter what.
Hey, we just couldn't keep that lead, man. That's the thing. We just
you gotta play like real efficient football with them, man. That's how
here's the thing. I know we don't take moral losses or anything, but that loss don't look as bad because Seattle was also 3-1. So at least if you're gonna lose, at least you can say you lost to a team that's actually playing good, and not lose to a team that's garbage like the Bears. You lost to the Bears, then we have a different discussion. But you lost to a team that has the same record as y'all. So and it was a close game. You know, y'all blew the lead, but it was a close game for the most. You know, so we're we're nitpicking. Yeah, we could be 4-0. We shouldn't have lost to the Colts against Gardner Minshew, but we lost. You know, but we came back and rebounded. So it's sports. Nobody's gonna go undefeated nowadays. So you learn from the loss, you get better. But when I get on my podcast and start ranting about why you lost, I'm just speaking, like you said, from the passionate fan point of view. We shouldn't lose to a team with a backup quarterback. You know what I'm saying? I'm passionate because we should have won that game. So people gotta understand, like we're all fans. We get on here and podcast and talk, but we're all fans at the end of the day. Like I'm not gonna get on here and sugarcoat my true feelings. I'm not gonna get on here and be all the Ravens and make excuses. Damn it, they should have won the game, and that's what it is. Like I'm not gonna get on here and say what you want to hear. They should have won the game. It's like I'm not they got injuries and that's why they lost. No, even with the injuries, we are a better team than them, and we should have won. And then that's what it is. You know, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. So that's how I get down. I don't like to sit here and make excuses. Yeah, we got injuries, but I still think we should be able to beat certain teams even with the injuries, and we didn't. It is what it is. So yeah, I just get here and talk the truth. You know, so that's why I enjoy being on here, because you guys were just putting it all out there, and that fits how I get down too. So yeah.
Hey, I feel that, bro. You already know. I can sing. I can sing the notes of that. I'm not about to sing because I already got a bad history of doing that. But
No, please don't. Please don't. No.
I'm not. So you ain't gotta worry about that. You ain't gotta worry about that. You ain't gotta worry about that.
I'm just messing with you.
With you go ahead, man. Give your final thoughts.
Hey man, just a great all around show, man. I just want to thank Retro for coming on and blessing us with his presence. That's appreciate that, man. And just all the topics was on point. Hopefully the Lions and the Ravens can win over the weekend, and your Orioles too.
Wait, who the Lions play this week?
The Carolina.
Oh yeah. Y'all good. Y'all should be good. Yeah, it should be good.
Yeah, we should.
I don't see the Panthers winning that game. Okay. Yeah. But definitely, I appreciate that though, man. Thank you. It was really great to get on here and talk sports. I'm not, like I said, I don't watch the Lions thoroughly. I know a little bit about the Lions. I know a little bit about the Tigers. Enough to get on here and talk with y'all. But it's great that even with the knowledge that I know, I was able to fit in. I know Miguel Cabrera because I watched him. I watched a little bit of Lions. I watched a little bit of Tigers. I even watched a little bit of hockey, a little bit of Red Wings. So I know a little bit about everything. So it was great that I could fit in with y'all, even without knowing every single thing about Detroit sports. What I'm saying? So that was great.
Hey, I'm the same. I'm the same way with Baltimore, man. I follow them too. So I know about the Ryan Mountcastles, the Cedric Mullins, and everything.
Yes,
I'm hip to it. I'm hip to it.
Yes, sir. And see that puts a smile on my face that an outsider is keeping track with this team. That's great because they got some young talent. So we'll see.
Yeah, I've been watching the Orioles since the Brooke Robinson days and the Cal Ripken. Oh yeah, I took it that far.
Okay. you know what I do because I wasn't even watching them then. I wasn't even following them then. That's good stuff. I love that because I expect people from Baltimore to know that. So it's great that somebody from outside of Baltimore knows a lot about. That's great. I love that. I love that. So we'll see what they do. We'll see. Texas is going to be a matchup, but we'll see.
Yeah, we pull it for them. Definitely pull it for them. Sure.
We'll see. But thank you.
All right.
Good show, though. All around good show.
Yes.
No!
Oh, okay. Wait. So I want to say thank you to everybody that was on the panel with us today. From Daryl, Dante as well. We have to dip out. You, of course, Bree. And of course, screw it, my content creating idol, Retro Recap, man. My content, my idol doing this thing, man. At the end of the day, like I said, I remember when I first watched this guy's content, that I wouldn't even subscribe yet. I didn't even know how to work YouTube barely that much. Outside of searching for stuff I wanted to watch. And, I didn't know how to subscribe at the time with that man or nothing like that. I thought it was something I had to pay. So a couple years later, once I figured it all out, I subbed to his channel. That was like 2013 or 2014 going into 2015. Around that time. It was 2013, 2012. 2012 or something like that. It was around that time. Right. Almost I've been overall watching him since at least 011. Yep. And to see where he's at now, in his content creating, to me, he's just getting started. You know what I'm saying? And it inspired me to want to do the same thing. I always wanted to be a gamer. I always wanted to do it, but I didn't have nothing to work with. And then the Lions came, and I met Everything King and all these guys. And that's how I got into it. So I owe it all to him, man, because, this is a big deal for me to have him on this channel. I never thought 10 years ago when I was watching him and I became, a real big supporter of him, and I just love his content. I never thought I would have a channel and have him on it. Or I'll be on in his groups and stuff like that. I never thought that's just so real.
So here's the thing, we had a conversation a while ago about. I was telling you you got go. So you're great at talking. You're great. You know sports. You need to get on camera and start talking and let people know what you can do. I've seen you grow this platform, and it's great. And the thing about it is, the one thing I learned over the years is you gotta enjoy the journey. Everybody wants to get to the end result of being all these followers and all this and having all these eyes on the product. But you also gotta remember, you gotta enjoy the times like this when you're at 7-8 viewers a stream, and and appreciate that, because when you get to where you want to get to, you're gonna go back and remember nights like this, the building blocks. And so even with me, when you're talking about 10, 11 years ago, I wasn't no big thing. It took some time to grow into even where I'm at now. But damn it, I enjoyed the journey and I enjoy helping people. So when I see you so enthused about your product, it gets me enthused. So when you asked me to get on here, I was like, this is a no-brainer. This is an absolute no-brainer, because you're putting in the work. I've seen you with the YouTube shorts. I've seen you with the podcast. You got great people on here to talk sports, and you actually go to the games and you watch the games. There's a lot of people that don't watch the game thoroughly. You go to the games, you watch the games. So if there's anybody with credibility, it's you. You know what I'm saying? And then you got people that have the same credibility as you that do the show with you. That's what you need. You need people that know and enthused about what you do. And so I don't see why this channel can't blow up. You know what I'm saying? And then your niche is Detroit sports. So you can be one of the best Detroit sports shows on the network if you keep building the way you're doing. So yeah, this is a matter of time. Like I said, I've been doing this for 11, 12 years. It takes time. So if you keep doing this, it will ultimately get to where you want to go to. So yeah, just keep producing good shows, getting good guests, and you always want something to talk about, because every you're talking about sports. So sports, always got something to talk about. Week by week, you're talking about hockey, basketball. Detroit's a major sports town. You got 4 teams there. There's always something to talk about. There's always some team playing at all points of the year. So you always will have content. So all you gotta do is just be consistent with the content, and you will get there.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you,
man. And also too, man, it just shows the versatility of this show. Like, this show is a perfect example, because not only did we talk about Detroit sports, we talked about Baltimore sports.
Exactly.
So that's the versatility of it. Yep. So that's a good thing as well.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. I was actually impressed that y'all was able to even talk like Baltimore sports, because I thought I was going to get on here and be the only one that knew a little bit of it, but y'all actually know about this shit too, which was great. You know what I'm saying? So that versatility, you branch off from local, you start talking about all the teams. I already believe right now y'all know about all the teams. I know y'all focus on Detroit, but I know y'all if y'all wanted to talk about all the teams, y'all could. And see, and that's great. A lot of people can't do that. Even people on ESPN, they don't. You can tell. Even Stephen A. Smith. I love Stephen A. Smith, but he clearly don't know about certain things. He know a lot about basketball. He know a little bit about football. He don't know nothing about baseball. You know what I'm saying? You guys can talk about all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it be like that when half your topics be Cowboys. I'm sorry, y'all girls might be down.
Oh, well, we know why they do that for ratings. So
right,
that's why Cowboys for ratings. On Undisputed, that's all they talk about is Cowboys, and first take the other was Cowboys. So it's just ratings. You know how that go.
You talk about just the craziest thing in the world of sports, the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes, that sounds just like Stephen A. Smith. Oh my God, that sounds just exactly. Yep. So even when they stink, they get more coverage than teams that are actually better than them. So you know how that goes. So, but anyway, the point is, I'm talking too much. Y'all are great. Keep doing what y'all doing. I appreciate being here, man.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you, man. We hit a milestone state too, man. We over 4 hours worth of streaming time today in this stream. That's our longest stream record.
Holy shit!
What is the average time that y'all do these?
We usually go about since Wednesday. Since Wednesdays, it's been like guaranteedly 2 hours, then they're 2.5 hours average. But overall, it was like an hour and like 90 minutes to almost 2.5 hours when it was on the other days. But since we've been on Wednesdays, we had a couple of like 3 hours and a half, 3 hours and 50 minutes. This is just over 4 hours.
Oh, okay. Well, damn. Damn.
So Retro, this just shows you how good of a guest you've been. We've been on here for over 4 hours.
Yeah, I appreciate that because on my podcast, I mean, honestly, I'm used to this. I'm used to 4 or 5 hours of talking. So I wasn't sure if I was doing too much because I know for me, I can talk for days. But I didn't know roughly how long y'all do these. But that's a record for the, and once again, celebrate the milestones. 4 hours, you know what I'm saying? That's a milestone. You gotta celebrate those things, you know? So that's great. That's great. And I was trying to plug people into the podcast to come check it out. Quan came through. Just real quick. I went over Quan house earlier because he hit me up because you know the stupid nonsense with the broadcast signal was coming on today and everybody was like turn your phones off. Blah. So anyway, I went over to his house and you know we smoked and I got stupid high. I ain't gonna lie to you. I got stupid high. I was like Quan. We had runts and gelato, whatever it was. All I know is I was frozen, and and so the same conversation that we're having now is the same I was having when we was talking about baseball playoffs. We was talking about football. So it was funny how that happened, and it was easy for me to get on here because we had just had the same conversation literally hours before I got on here, and it was perfect because I had already had like thoughts in my mind about what to talk about because we had already talked about it. So it was great. It was just a great overall day, man. I really, this was one of those days I just sat back, vibed out, relaxed, got on here, had a great time. This was a great overall day. And to know that y'all broke a milestone with 4 hours is even better. I had a great time, man.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sir.
And again, if y'all haven't had a chance to subscribe and follow to my guy Retro Recap, it's literally that for Twitch, twitch.tv, top.tv, or speaking Chinese. And something for YouTube and all those other social media platforms. He got some great content, man. A lot of good work put into that, man. Y'all gotta check him out. And also, man, shout out to the homie Quan. I meant to make sure I gave him a shout out personally because I think that's his first time coming on my YouTube channel and being in the chat. So I appreciate that. The fact that he chose to do that, man, I appreciate it. And I even throw in a little olive branch for him too. That if you come going into preview, if he's interested enough to just 10 to 15 minutes, if he's interested, he can come on the panel.
Oh shit! I wish you had told me because honestly, I know you advertised me, but honestly, if there was an opportunity to get him on, he would have loved to been on. Because I was talking to him earlier. He know his Orioles, he know his Ravens. He would have got on here and gave about 15 minutes. But I'll next time when we get on for the Lions preview, I'll see if he want to come on. He would love to get on.
Yeah, he can stay on as long as he wants. I'm just saying that his time was short. I know he's a busy guy now, so
he got a baby now.
But he wants to, man.
Yeah,
he wants to. He welcome. So
yeah, I'll definitely put that in his head and for next time if he's free, definitely.
All right. And with that being said, make sure y'all also drop a like on the stream, man. Share it with all y'all friends. And subscribe and hit that notification bell. We are trying to put some rhythm into that rhythm, okay? We're trying to get in that rhythm, okay? You too. We want to get in your rhythm, okay? So people, I need y'all help to us get in that rhythm so we can build rhythm. Is to like, comment, share, subscribe for that rhythm and hit that noti bell so y'all don't miss out on the opportunities to tell me I'm crazy. You know what I'm saying? Don't y'all like doing that? Tell me I'm crazy. Don't y'all like me? Don't y'all like me debating with y'all about Jared Goff, how he need to step it up this year? Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah. But anyway, follow me on, man. Follow us on Facebook at D313XP as well. We got a lot of content over here as well. Bree, Daryl and Daryl's birthday is coming this Sunday, so happy early birthday to him. We got the Pistons preseason game, got the Lions game. Both Lions and Ravens should be moving to 4-1 this week. You know what I'm saying? The Pistons, we'll see what they look like. We'll watch the playoffs with the baseball scenario. And not to mention, the hockey's already in their preseason games right now. So we can't wait to see what that happens. And eventually, I know Breed, myself, and Daryl, of course, link up with G League games. So we got a lot of stuff we're going to be trying to get out to y'all very soon. And if you want to follow this channel, it's now the time to do it. Because I'm telling y'all, this is only not even the tip of the iceberg. We got so much stuff on it that y'all don't realize. stuff we got on the shelves that y'all don't even know what's coming. So with that being said, I want to say, man, again, this has been a hell of a show. That Gemini energy was strong today. That talkative energy we bring, all of us talking sports. This is how it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Like I love doing this.
I told you, yep, absolutely right.
I love doing this, man. So, man, this is like a great.
Hey, no, let me say this real quick because I forgot to mention this, man. So all the Lions fans, Pro Sports Zone this Saturday is gonna have Herman Moore and Lomas Brown do an autograph signing. So I just want to just put that out there. They're gonna do an autograph signing. It's $35 each player. So want to get your inscriptions and stuff like that. I just wanted to put that out there. And also, like I said, again, special shout out to Miggy, Cabrera, and Terry Francona for retirement as well.
Yes. So, and shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to them, man. Shout out to them. Shout out to the Orioles when they playoff run. Make sure they see they get far, man. Root for them. You know what I'm saying? Also, want to say shout out to a lot of the content creators, DSN, for dropping the chat today as well. You know, some of our usual guys. Also, the Maniac Tim, shout out. We'll probably have him on next week if we can get that together, hopefully. So, hopefully, we get him around. And, you know what I'm saying? Again, shout out to my main man here. Because without him today, I don't think the show would have been as good as he made it that much better. That's just what Retrorecap did. You know what I'm saying? He makes it that much better, baby.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That being said, everybody, live your best you. And we'll see you when you wake up in the field. I'm Miss J. This is Bree. That's Recap. We out here, coach.
Peace.
Now, Retro actually do got OnlyFans. I don't. Oh, man.
Brought to you by StreamYard and Nomus J with his backhanded bitch slaps.
Oh man, 4 hours and 11 minutes, 15 seconds.
Yeah, that was a good show, man. That was a damn good show.
Yes.
You got to do that.
Man. Oh, I gotta figure out how to do this link tree shit so I can get this stuff set up so I can try to send this shit out to Kurt Steele soon.
Yeah.
So we can get our channel monitored.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out what all the channels I'm putting on there. I know I'm put our main D313XP channel on there, the Facebook. I want to say that, you know, Instagram don't pay people no more. I hear they just anyway. So they just basically they got subscribe to you. I put the Instagram on there. Well, I might do the Twitter page on there because I get a lot of traction on Twitter, decent traction. I might put that on there, and then I'll put Daryl. I don't know if I can put his YouTube channel on there because he barely made any videos yet. So by that time, we can. But he gotta make content. You have sparingly made content here and there. So I'll put either which page, I guess your long time page you had, your real talk page on there. Yeah. And so you get some traction from that. And maybe your Facebook page as well. So we got at least 2 Facebook pages doing their thing. I'll try to set it up. Be prepared for me early by tonight, and maybe I said tonight like it ain't already tonight. Sometime early part of the day for me to be reaching out to you for the links and stuff like that. And when you do send me links, make sure they label which is which.
Okay.
Yeah. So
that's cool.
Yeah, that was a hell of a good show.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What was the peak at viewers at?
Where's the who?
What was the peak of viewers we had on your end?
viewers.
How much? How many viewers did we peak at? I'm saying.
Hold on. Let me check.
Like, did we get near 20 or?
Let me see. At approximately. Okay. I still. Oh, why this? Damn, it still say that we live, brother.
Oh snap!
You know.